All right, we are live. Welcome back. As you can see, we have a whole panel here today. We have several friends of a particular individual who was arrested for uh, desecrating the Quran, but we'll get into the details of that. His name is Saeed Abu Mustafa. He lives in Russia. He is an Egyptian citizen, and because he is not a Russian citizen, it's kind of a very delicate situation here because there's the potential for him to be deported. So we're going to be taking a look at him as an individual, his story. We're going to be taking a look at the political environment in Russia, seeing why things have gone the way they have in recent times in Russia, specifically in regards to Muslim-Christian relations. Not necessarily interested in everything about Russian politics, but how it relates to religion, absolutely. We'll be looking into that today. Then we'll be looking at the background of Muslim provocation, where they've been doing a number of things that most people would consider quite vile and reprehensible, but are allowed and even encouraged by Sharia law. And then lastly, we will look at Saeed's response to that and how he got arrested. So I'll give all my guests a chance to introduce themselves. But before we do any of that, I want to open with a video that has been made for Saeed. Let me go ahead and play that.
We stand in solidarity with brother Saeed Abu Mustafa and with his right to freedom of speech and expression. And we also hold the Russian authorities fully responsible for his safety and protection.
Switch it up.
رابط أهلي وأمي وأخواتي وعشيرتي كل ده عشان شيء مقدس، وعلى رجائه إن هتخلص الحياة دي ونوصل لحياة تانية بالاستقامة وبالطريقة اللي احنا بنجاهد بيه مع الله.
All right, so let me open us with a word of prayer. Because we have so many people on the panel, you won't see the stream stats and whatnot at the top, but the bot is running. I've already seen someone triggered the cat, so you know it's working. Let me open us with a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time together. We thank you for the privilege of, in many cases at least, living in relatively safe societies where we're free to criticize Russia. But we're reminded today, I meant to say Islam, but also Russia, yes, free to criticize Islam. But we're reminded today that that's not the case everywhere in the world. And we want to bring awareness to how many people around the world risk their freedom, they risk their livelihood, they, in some cases, risk their lives for the truth of the gospel. And I pray that you embolden those on the panel, especially those living in the West in safe environments, to boldly share the truth. I pray the same for those in the audience, that they be inspired by the sacrifices of those who live in unsafe, difficult regions to boldly share the faith with those around them. Here in the West, we might get made fun of for being a Christian, but that's about the most severe persecution we can face. And how embarrassing is that, to be afraid of something so minor when brothers and sisters around the globe are giving so much more for the truth. I ask that you illuminate the truth today, that you help people perceive the truth of this situation, and that they approach it with calm, understanding minds, not with emotional reactions, but looking at the facts of the matter and trying to understand what has been done and why it has been done, and not just come to a knee-jerk reaction on either side of the equation. Ask that you be with everyone on the panel, that you give us the wisdom to illuminate your truth, and I ask that you be with me on a personal level as I attempt to juggle a number of balls managing the stream today. Ask these things in Jesus' name, amen. All right, so we're going to start with introductions. I'll just take them in the order they joined. So Lilia, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself? Just take a minute or two so people know who you are and why you're here today.
I'm Lilia. I'm Christian, Assyrian Christian, and I'm active in YouTube and in TikTok. I make subjects in Islamic topics and Christian topics. And I learned too much from my dearest brother, Saeed Abu Mustafa, as he is an academic person really in Christianity and Islam. And I pray to God to free my brother Saeed Abu Mustafa in name of Jesus Christ.
Excellent. Christian Hijab, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes. Yes, I'm Christian Hijab. I have a YouTube channel, and husband and I work in refugee camps with victims of ISIS, and more than academic, just real life experience of what happens when the teachings of Muhammad actually escape the covers of the books and what that looks like. So just here to support our brother and pray for his freedom. And so thank you for this opportunity.
Christ is Salvation, you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'm Christ is Salvation. I am a Greek person that can help you with reading the Greek New Testament if you want. I've actually debunked a lot of Muslim things that they said, which are actually very easy to debunk them and to dismantle them. I want to stand also in solidarity with this brother in Christ that has been wrongfully imprisoned. And I recently saw a lot of videos of him that are available in YouTube, and I encourage you, Christians, also look how he is boldly defending Christianity and actually using apologetics to go against the Islamic belief and doctrine. Well, that's it. I hope he will go free.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be getting into all the details. I did put a link to his YouTube channel. He's primarily, or at least was primarily active on TikTok. There's a link to that as well. Both channels, TikTok and YouTube, are in Arabic. So if you don't speak Arabic, may or may not be a benefit to you. But if you do speak Arabic, definitely be sure to check that out. Sebastian, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hello, God bless. My name is Sebastian. Most likely I'm known with Sebastian the Greatest. I'm recently active on TikTok. Usually I talk about Christians topic, but since the Muslim, they keep bothering by calling me kafir, I decided to start to read in Islam and expose that. I'm actually tonight here to speak about the mind freedom, the mind freed of Saeed, and hopefully we get to free him and everyone like him. God bless you all.
Absolutely. Mary, you want to take a minute to introduce yourself?
Yep, I'm a regular on the channel. I'm at Too Many Marys on YouTube, but I mostly stream here. And I wanted to devote this Tuesday, this is my usual stream time, to this topic because I thought it was very important. I thought I'd recognize him, and yes, I do know Saeed from Clubhouse, and I've spoken to him via translator before and been in rooms with translators with him. So it is very concerning to me that he has been arrested, and I will elaborate more on that in a little while.
And I was going to say lastly, but it looks like someone else has joined actually. So next up is Safi.
Hey everyone, my name is Sophie. I'm very, 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 words cannot express how close I am to Saeed. Saeed is like family to me. I've known him for over 3 years. I know what he goes through. I know how dedicated he is to the topic. I'm prepared to do anything and everything to bring awareness to this situation. Saeed's entitled to basic human rights. He's entitled to freedom of speech. He's suffered a lot at the hand of Islam. To me, this is not a religion-centered issue. It's more him as a person. And I just want to bring as much awareness as I can to it, and whatever it is it takes to free Saeed, because he's been done a great injustice by Russia, by a lot of people. A lot of people don't understand why he does these things. So hopefully today we can discuss some of these things and bring in justice.
Excellent. And Milad, want to introduce yourself?
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Peace of Jesus Christ with you all. My name is Milad, and I was active on TikTok recently, or for the last 3 years, together with Brother Saeed. And I don't know what's happening, why they took Brother Saeed. He just telling what's in their books, and he don't. Nobody will help him. I'm thinking about the churches, and I am thinking about the Christian countries like France, USA, Canada. They are helping the Muslims. It's okay to help them, but it's not okay to help them to take Saeed away from the social life. I don't know what to say, but we feel alone, you know. The Muslims, they attack me, they stab me 2 times in my side, and just to shut me, not to speak. You know, they are afraid of talking, no more, no less, only talking. They're afraid of talking, of exposing them. So we will do whatever we can to get Brother Saeed out of that detention center, or what they call it, prison, or whatever it is. But one thing I don't understand, that the Christian countries like US, Canada, the powerful countries, they don't care about us. I don't know why. So that's all for now.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for giving me that opportunity to talk. But the problem is I'm at work, and I like steal 10 minutes from my boss to come and talk with you. Unfortunately, your life like now is over 1 a.m. in my country, so it's late. But it's okay. I will hear the other here in this room, and thanks for all of you that are willing to gather to speak about Brother Saeed. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you for introducing yourself and giving us that perspective. If you're not able to stay, no problem. Clyte, the JW, says, oh, he's arrested in Russia. I have a number of Jehovah's Witness brothers that are in Russian prison at the moment. And I don't doubt that. The leadership of Russia wants to have things the way they want to have things. And that might not be what he says in public, right? That he wants to support the Orthodox Church and whatnot. He definitely has a particular idea about how he wants to do things, and if people oppose that for any reason, religion, politics, economics, whatever reason you might oppose Putin and his regime, you will definitely have a difficult time about it. Let's put it that way. So just as a reminder, and for those who who just joined, didn't see the very start, we're going to do this in kind of 4 segments. First, we're going to get some background on Saeed, get to know him a little bit, some information about him, just learn kind of who he is, see his testimony and such. Then we're going to take a look at the situation in Russia, kind of explain the internal politics that are operative there, what people on the outside probably are not all that aware of. As Americans, of course, we have a long history of disagreement with Russia, but we probably, even if we have an idea that Russia is bad or something like that, we probably don't know very much specifics, so we want to get the context of what is going on there. Then we're going to talk about the Muslims who were insulting the Bible, insulting symbols of Christianity, and generally trying to provoke people like Saeed. And then lastly, we'll talk about how he got arrested, how he responded to these Muslims doing things, and how he ended up getting himself arrested by pouring alcohol on a Quran and throwing it off a bridge. And then we'll talk about what our response is now, what we can do as fellow believers in support of Saeed. But before any of that, Mary wanted to say a couple words of introduction to get people's mind in the right place for understanding the situation.
Yeah, because American politics has gone in the direction that it has in the last few years, there has been a sharp divide of either you're with Ukraine or you're with Russia. And I want you guys to realize that just because you are not, you don't see that, you know, Ukraine is clearly the beacon of light and wonderfulness, and Zelensky is all good and pure in the world. Just because that is true, that Zelensky's not what he's being propped up to be, that doesn't mean that Putin's good. That's like saying, hey, I'm against all this woke stuff, so hey, there's Andrew Tate. He's really cool. We know Andrew Tate is a human trafficker, guys. We know that, right? We know that he's trafficked in women. He sold women. He is absolutely degenerate, done absolutely terrible things. He's stolen from the women he's trafficked, because of course he has. He hasn't even kept his word with the women that he's manipulating, right? Because that's part of it. So he is an absolute dirtbag who is saying a few nice things that you might agree with, and that, you know, any sensible person actually agrees with, and then saying, oh, that's why I'm being targeted. Well, it's really the same way with Putin, right? Putin is Andrew Tate in this way. You know, he's putting on the show that, oh, I'm with you. I stand with the conservative. What? No, he doesn't. He's an authoritarian dictator. Just because you didn't like Stalin doesn't mean that Little Mustache Man is the good guy. Just because you don't like Little Mustache Man doesn't mean that Stalin is a good guy. They can both be bad. And this is a situation that we're with right now, where they are both bad and they are both corrupt and they're both out for their own things. And yes, the US is up in its neck in this business and has completely filthy hands in this matter too. But that's not the point. What we're talking about is a particular injustice being done to a Christian in order to appease Muslims, because he wants Muslims to kill Christians for him. That's it. That's all that there is to it. So we'll go back to what exactly the context is and what Putin's hoping to achieve in more detail later. But I wanted to get this down first, that just because you think Zelensky's a dirtbag doesn't mean that Putin might not also be absolutely corrupt. Okay? And we need to be very clear about this.
So someone calling themselves Muslim Prince says, Putin doesn't believe Jesus is God, only a Messiah, a true follower of Jesus, like Muslims. Well, first of all, I have no reason to believe that's true. And second of all, I don't think that Putin really has any religious feelings. I think that he is only interested in himself, like a typical dictator. He is his own God. So let's not play this silly, he's on my team game today.
Well, let's be clear that many imams in the Islamic world are telling people that, oh, Russia, the Russian Orthodox Church specifically, is really going to be they're the new Rome, and everything that's said about Rome being on the upper end, that they're the helpers of Jesus, and then whenever Jesus comes back to kill the pigs and break the cross, they'll all convert to Islam, and they're really almost Muslim already. And Putin is encouraging this. So as absolutely moronic and idiotic as what he is saying is, do understand that this is part of what Russia is encouraging the Islamic world to say, that those who are in bed with Russia politically are being encouraged to say this sort of thing. So as laughable and stupid, and obviously this guy is absolutely delusional, right? He is being encouraged to believe this by Russia's propaganda system. All
right, so we're going to start with Saeed's testimony. So let me open that up here. And you'll see giant subtitles on the screen. I don't even know if you can call them subtitles. They're so big. So hopefully you can follow along here. This clip is probably the longest of them, but I think it's important to get his story.
الرب معك ويحلك ويحللنا، واعتقد انك انت مسلم عابر، صح؟
انا سعيد ابو مصطفى، يعني اسمي الحقيقي سعيد ابو مصطفى، مش اسم مركب، يعني انا ابو مصطفى، انا عندي مصطفى.
ابو مصطفى، سعيد ابو مصطفى.
ايوه
اهلا بيك حبيبي، اتفضل.
والله ابونا، انا بس كان يعني اول حاجه يعني انت قدسك يعني اول واحد يعني خربت مملكه ابليس،
مبارك اسم الله.
صلع قسم ابن ابي كبشه. ولا تهتم يا قدس ابونا بكل ما يقال، في قاعده تقول اذا ذمك ناقص فاعلم انك كامل. ابونا واستمر واحنا بنتعلم منك.
اشكرك. انا عايز اسمع اختبارك الاول يا اخ سعيد.
تمام. انا من اسره مسلمه سنيه على المذهب الشافعي من اسره. فضلت يعني على الاسلام منذ نعومه اظافري، كنت احفظ ما تيسر من القران في الجزء 30 وانا عندي 12 سنه تقريبا.
حلو قوي.
كنت سالك مع المسلمين الصوفيه. يعني نشأت نشأة صوفية، وكنت عندي حب استطلاع كده يعني في الفرق والمذاهب الإسلامية. ويعني الخلاف بين السنة والشيعة، الخلاف العقائدي ده كان شاغلني جدا، يعني مين الصح يعني.
حلو.
طبعا بعد بحث ويعني تعمق ومتابعة للحوار العقائدي السني الشيعي، اتشيعت، اعتنقت المذهب الشيعي الاثني عشري. طبعا يعني ان الصحابه ظلموا اهل البيت واغتصبوا الخلافه من علي وكسروا ضلع الزهراء، ومعاويه قتل عمار، وابو بكر وعمر مش عارف ايه، وعائشه وحفصه.
التاريخ كله. التاريخ.
بعد كده طبعا قعدت كده شويه مع نفسي كده في فتره رخاء، يعني كان عندي جار ليا مسيحي خادم في كنيسه ما يعني، فرحت عنده، كنت بتعامل معاه كده من بعيد لبعيد يعني. فكان عنده كتاب مقدس على المكتب يعني.
حلو.
فاستأذنت طبعا ابص يعني ايه الكتاب ده، فقال لي ده الكتاب المقدس، التوراه والانجيل. قلت له بس انتوا حرفتوا الكتب دي لان اسم الرسول كان موجود فيها والكلام ده. واحده قال لي لا احنا ما عملناش كده. احنا عملنا كده. في الوقت ده انا كنت بسمع قدسك على قناه الفادي، بس كان عندي مشاكل في البيت. لما كنت اسمع قدسك كان ابويا يقول لي افصل التلفزيون، ما تشغلش ده، ما تسمعش للكفر. مشاكل في الدين
على الاقل طبعا.
فكنت اسمعك على الانترنت.
حلو قوي.
فكنت اسمعك على الانترنت انت والاخ رشيد، وساعتها الاخ حامد عبد الصمد صندوق الاسلام كده. كنت احب اتابع يعني الجد.
حلو قوي.
طبعا. فطبعا بعد كده جيت يعني كنت يعني وقت صلاه المغرب دي نقطه التحول يعني من الاسلام للمسيحيه باختصار شديد يعني. جيت وقت صلاه المغرب، فجيت اتوضيت عشان اصلي. فقبل يعني وقت صلاه المغرب وانا جاي بتوضى كنت بجيب حاجات من عند الراجل ده، وانا بفتح الانجيل كده بفر فيه كده يعني. جه على انجيل متى فجيت عيني اول حاجه على انجيل متى 5 يعني لا يحب اعداءكم باركوا لعينكم.
الله.
اعداءكم باركوا لعينكم دي قارنتها كده بالفكر الشيعي. طبعا الفكر الشيعي عندنا يعني اللعن تقرب الى الله، ان انت تلعن الصحابه، اللهم لعن ابو بكر وعمر وعثمان وعائشه وحفصه وحتى في الصلاه يعني، لان القران بيقول اولئك يلعنهم الله ويلعنهم اللاعنون. والرسول لعن 12 من اصحابه يوم العقبه، فاللعن ده يعني حاجه حلوه يعني فيها تقرب لله، لعن الكفار. فالمسيح بيقول احبوا اعداءكم. فهنا بيقول لا العن. فانا هنا اتمسمرت يعني، ما بقتش عارف اصلي. لا، ما هو لو الاثنين دول من عند الله يبقى الاله ده متناقض، اما ده من عند الشيطان اما ده من عند الله، لان
برافو
180 درجه بعيد عن بعض.
برافو.
بس ده اداني دافع بقى، ان انا يعني اتعمق في المسيحيه يعني واقرا الكتاب المقدس.
حلو قوي.
فطبعا بعد تعمق كده يعني نشكر الله قبلت المسيح رب ومخلص.
مبارك اسم الله. امين امين، مبروك عليك.
واشهد يعني بالرب يسوع المسيح فادي وملك ومخلص الامس واليوم والى ابد الابدين.
الرب يباركك.
رب الاسباب وليس باحد غيره خلاص، ودي شهاده يعني لا اخشى فيها لومه لائم.
الرب يباركك ويبارك حياتك. امين. شكرا جزيلا حبيبي.
يعني ده كان اختباري ببساطه يعني، وطبعا يعني بعد فضل ربنا يعني من تابعيه لقدسك من زمان على الانترنت، يعني كنت بسمع لقدسك بعض.
ربنا يباركك.
والاخ وحيد والاخ رشيد وكل الاخوه الخدام.
ربنا يباركك ويزيدك من كل نعمه.
ليك مكانه خاصه، انت اول واحد كسرت الصنم الجديد.
اشكر محبتك. اشكر محبتك حبيبي. ربنا يزيدك من كل نعمه وكل بركه روحيه.
All right, so my apologies there. Lilia dropped off for a second. When she did, the bot automatically put the scroll on. So my apologies about the scroll. It took me a second to find it to turn it off. So for those who are friends of Saeed, anything you'd like to add about his testimony?
Sorry, you go, Lilia. Go. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to say that Saeed really is a real Christian, you know, and he's very jealous, like our God, you know. He's very jealous. He has this jealousy towards Christianity, he says always what he feels in his heart, you know, and he has been suffered a lot from Islam. Can you imagine if they because of the apostasy, you know, in Islam, you know, he left everything. They don't allow him to see his son in Egypt, and so many things. And the three things of Muslims always: we're gonna kill you. We're gonna. They don't know how to talk, you know. The Muslims, they're having always, you know, putting him under pressure with their three things. We're gonna come to kill you. You know, we know where you are living, or like that. Saeed is a real Christian, and I hope that every Christian has to learn from this man. He's a real Christian, and I pray to God again and again that God will stand beside him, will help him, and free him from this, you know, what they are doing, this, what they call it in English, persecution of Christians all over the world. Every person has a limit, and he can bear it, but some people, you know, don't understand this. They think that we are stones. We don't have feelings when we see the Muslims, what they are doing against Christianity. So if every Christian will behave like Saeed, then nobody can do anything to us. But you know, in this world, not every Christian is a real Christian. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Sophie?
Look, all I want to add to that is, look, Lillian's pretty much covered it, but Saeed didn't follow Christ, you know, for the fun of it. He was well, you know, he studied very hard. He read a lot. He read a lot in Islam. He made, like, that testimony is 100% true, and this is what he lived by daily. Saeed is a character that follows his heart a lot, and one thing he always said to me is that there is no humanity in Islam, and he found that humanity, that basic humanity where common sense leads him to think that's, you know, how humans should be. He found that in Christianity.
Excellent. So from Zaid Ali, we have a strange theory about how things work. He says, there is United Nations human rights should take this matter about this arrested man, and you don't have permission to do that into social media somehow, at least YouTube company allowed for reasons. So Zaid Ali, I don't know what strange part of the world you're living in, but YouTube operates under US laws, and under US laws, you absolutely do have the right to talk about things. You have the right, especially to political free speech. So I don't know what you think about your backward country where you're from, But here is absolutely is allowed. We're not doing anything even remotely illegal. And Adam Seeker said this guy is awesome. He is demolishing this cult from the inside out. Takes one to know one, Adam. Takes one to know one.
Yeah, he really is. I've seen several of his videos. After I heard about him and talked to him with a translator, I saw several of his videos that were subtitled, that were involved him taking open callers from anywhere. He, just like Adam Seeker does, and some of it presenting information from Shia sources that had not really been known outside of Shiism, because you guys have to realize that Shia has its entire own extremely bizarre, and even like Shia will have some weirder ahadith than Sunnis will ever put in their major collections. And these are supposed to be infallible in Shiism. Like if they come from certain, so Sunni you have grading, and Shia they're supposed to be absolutely infallible. So this is absolutely devastating to Islam, and they hate him because he's reading from their sources. They hated him because he was letting everyone know what their own book said. And that's why they hated him to begin with. And that's why they already had it in for him. You have to understand that he had enormous numbers of enemies among Muslims, especially in Russia, because he was learning Russian, and he knew some Russian and could speak some Russian, could engage with people who, a lot of these Russian Muslims don't speak a word of Arabic, right? They don't know what anything says, just like the Indonesian Muslims. They don't know what anything says. Most of the Pakistani Muslims don't know what anything says. And to have someone expose to them what this is saying and going, hey, read it in Arabic. Do you guys know what this is? Translate it into Russian, no matter how hard it was for him, and let them know what things said and what their religion is actually teaching, is the most devastating thing you can do to Islam, is just let people know what it really teaches on a large scale. And he was doing that. That's why he had so many enemies waiting for him to do something where they could use an excuse to take him down.
And Suzanne says, Saeed is great in his research and presentation. Welcome to the chat, Adam Seeker.
Hello, brother Teres and everyone here. God bless you. And it's so nice to be here, and so sad. I had no idea that Saeed was actually captured. Is he in jail or something?
Yes.
Wow.
He appears to have been arrested around July 10th or so. I don't know the exact date, but he's currently awaiting trial.
On the charges of what?
Desecrating the fabulous and wonderful book of the Allah, Quran.
That couldn't be a charge in Russia.
Yes, but nobody says what are the charges anyway, so.
Yeah, so he's charged with two things. We'll get into the precise details, but that's the gist of it, that they arrested him.
I know him. I have seen his videos. They are awesome. Like in most of the videos, or a lot of his videos, people wants to kill him. They threat him openly. It's live recorded. I've seen it. One of the video was awesome when somebody said, give me your it was in Arabic this way. He said, give me your location, give me your location. I'll come, I'll kill you. He said, okay, come here. I'm in Russia, and I will see how Putin will deal with you if you raise a finger on me. Now, I have seen his video. He's a lion, man, when it comes to debating the Muslims, especially the Arab Muslims in Arabic. This guy is a lion. He goes in hard, and from the background that he uses, it seems like he's an Orthodox Christian now after leaving Islam. Very well versed in the Islamic scriptures. I had no idea that he got arrested. And when you said Saeed last time, I didn't know which Saeed you are talking about. I had no idea that's Saeed Abu Mustafa. It's unbelievable. Like, how can he be in jail?
Indeed.
A dictator can in jail anybody he wants, He won't ask anybody else. It's his problem who he will put in jail. I wanted to answer this what Zayandali said earlier. Can you put it
Sure.
back on, Thaddeus?
I'm actually not sure
Yeah.
what he meant, honestly, because I thought he meant something else. I'm so confused. It's not
Yeah, I think he was trying to. I think he's saying, maybe he's not actually accusing of a crime. His
He's
English isn't
saying,
perfect.
you
But
see,
what
the
he's saying is
problem
that we
here,
should be going to the United Nations, not talking about this on social media.
yeah, the problem here is that the United Nations are not the government.
you
That's
don't
one thing.
have permission to do that.
There is
What does that mean?
no human how to say, there are no human laws affecting by the United Nations to any other country. So going to United Nations will not help you. That's why we are doing what we are doing. In case that someone in Russia will hear our discussion, will see the videos that are already online, and will at least go to the news of Russia and tell them he is an Arabic speaker, he is doing service for our country, meaning Russia, and jailing him is making things worse for us. So that's what we are doing it. We're not doing it because, I don't know, but did anybody wake up today to say, what else are we going to do? Let's speak about some guy in Russia that got arrested. No, it's not that. He got arrested for no reason at all. He is totally free there, quote unquote, totally free, by by the human rights to do to any book whatever he likes to do. Okay, so I don't understand why he got arrested, but that's what happened, and that's almost 3 weeks now that he's in there.
Yeah, we'll
For
definitely be getting
don't
into the reasons here in a bit. I'm going to go ahead and play this clip. People can talk while it's going. I muted it so that there wouldn't be any. It just had a popular Christian song playing. It's Saeed's baptism. So I muted the video so that there wouldn't be any unnecessary copyright issues. Give excuse for YouTube to take it down or whatever. So you can talk as the video is playing.
Yeah, I might add something if that's
Go
possible.
ahead.
All right. So I don't know if people noticed in the first video, most of us, the Christians, we were born in a Christian family. But if we go back to the Bible, where Jesus says, "Carry your cross and follow me," that's exactly what Saeed did. When he says, "Like I left my family, I left my son, I left my country, and all that for true belief in the Lord." I just want people to focus on that as well. And the best thing about Saeed, that he never said that he's truly Christian. He always said that he's a sinner. He was so humble about that. And I know for a fact in the last 5-6 years, Muslim, they tried so hard to get to him, to kill him, because they had no answers for him. I just really hope for people to understand how important that to get Saeed out of the jail or prison. I don't know where he's at now, but that's all I want to add.
Thank you. For the guy who was talking about the United Nations, it takes public outcry to get them to take notice of people's cases. And so what we're doing is just that, trying to raise awareness. And so the right people can get involved. And I have seen that help many of people, Christians who've been arrested unfairly. And we are praying for our brother that the same will happen with him. And all of us are doing what we can with the platforms that we have. So
if I can just add, with regards to the UN, I have been in contact with them for the past 2 weeks since this has happened. They have offered no assistance. They are reluctant to give over any information. I have contacted them day and night. I've contacted an NGO that works with them within Russia. They're not interested in hearing about it. They're not interested in offering him any legal assistance. I have this much in writing. All they did was give me an extract of the court case, which does not have Saeed's name attached to it. They're really reluctant to offer any assistance. They said they'll offer assistance if he is deported. That's it. So the fact his welfare, his safety and welfare, which is in question, okay, they can't even answer to that much. I asked if they can kindly send a lawyer to make sure that he is arrested, to check on his welfare, to let his next of kin know that he is fine. They're refusing to do that. They're refusing any involvement at all.
Sophia, let's
Yes.
mention that most of United Nations countries are the countries that are under dictatorship. Are countries like Saudi Arabia, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, North Korea, Nigeria, and all of these countries that hate actual democracy.
Yeah.
If we see the
So,
United Nations, that's what we will see.
That's right.
so Paradigm says Putin doesn't even know every single weirdo case who gets arrested. Why don't you raise awareness about Julian Assange, who rots in jail since 10 years? Well, one, he's well known, right? People are well aware of his case. Two, this isn't a news channel. This isn't a politics channel. This is a Christian channel. And thus, we're advocating for a Christian who has been treated unfairly. If that's not of interest to you, then you can tune in another day. But we are here for a specific purpose, not not all things Russia. We're here for a specific purpose about a specific individual who was criticizing Islam and is now in jail awaiting trial.
Or deportation.
Or deportation. Yeah,
Yeah.
well, presumably he would face deportation if he's found guilty, which, I mean, he probably will be, since he technically did commit a crime, since it's technically a crime to desecrate the Quran in Russia. But we'll get into that in a little bit.
Is that a crime to desecrate Quran in Russia? Is Quran in Islamic Republic
So
of
I'll explain
Islamic
that in a little
Republic of
bit.
Russia?
Yeah, it pretty much is. I'll explain why this law was passed and all that stuff in a little bit. Let's just get through all the videos first, and now we're going to have videos with sound, so we can be quiet while the sound is on.
So actually, the next, so I was going to ask Saeed's friends which they would prefer to do. So there is a video slideshow of various images of him with his kids and whatnot, or alternatively, I can play a picture slideshow where you can comment on each of the pictures, or every few, whatever you want to do. So just let me know which is your preference for that.
Would you run pictures of his kids on a channel? Does Saeed approves of it?
Everything has been shared. They've gone as far as, unfortunately, the Muslims within Russia, they've gotten copies of his Egyptian passport and his protection visa and his Russian visa, and they've publicized it all over the news. Everything's already out there.
Oh my God.
We can't do no harm. We can't do further than what they have taken and have done. I don't know if you're aware, but on Twitter, the issue was trending so much. Even his passport, you can get a copy of it. This is why I don't understand why no one has intervened in this situation. Imagine your passport being shared on social media and retweeted, and even the news channels have publicized it. Yet no one's holding them accountable for anything.
Wow.
Would you like to comment during a slideshow, or just have it play with?
Yeah, I think I'll go with the pictures, because I think that people are probably wanting to talk more. So I'll go with the picture version. Give me 1 second here to pull that up. All right, so I'm gonna leave this up to the friends to comment on these pictures, because obviously I don't know what most of them are. So it appears that
yeah.
Go ahead.
That's Saeed in Egypt when he was studying Christianity, and had already left his family. Like these pictures will show you, he's just a normal human being like any of us. Quite contrary to the picture that they're painting, that he's an extremist. He's actually very soft-natured. He's very kind. You'll see in these pictures, like, look at them, ignore what people are saying, just look at him. as a normal human being. If you saw these pictures, does that look like an extremist to you?
Yeah, he's speaking against Islam, so he's extremist, full stop. So the
Yeah, so
people who are actually going and blasting their bomb off, they are not extremists, but he is, because he's telling you that's written in Quran and that's written in Hadith and that's written in the Sirah. So hence he's the extremist, because he's telling you the reality and you want to close your eyes. So basically you want to close your eyes, so that's why you would like him to be called an extremist rather than the other way around.
that's right. So we punish the victim, not the perpetrator.
Oh yes, for sure, because he's the guy who's telling you the truth. Why should we listen to the truth? We are like the what the bird who closes his eyes when the cat is coming towards it. Oh,
Yep,
when you close your eyes, you won't see the cat.
that's
You
right.
will only see it when the cat will eat you. They
Hmm.
want the cat to eat you. Full stop. They don't want to see the cat coming at you. They
You
want you to
see,
eat it.
in
Yep.
Quran, always the victim gets punished for some reason, you know?
Mm.
What I've seen all this time is that the Quran punishes the victim only, and the perpetrator, which is Muhammad, is never getting punished. I mean, he is like the favorite of Allah, so why would he be punished? So now Muslims are favorite of Allah. Why would they be punished for killing people around? They
Yep.
should be, I don't know, adored or something like that. That's how they see it. So, which actually it saddens me, but on the other hand, it shows the nature of their belief, which is absolutely violent, the most violent belief I've ever seen.
Yep. And this picture's Saeed in Russia, and as you can see, he's very faithful to his Russian Orthodox Church. He spent a lot of time, it's either he's criticizing Islam online or in the Russian church learning about Christianity. He seeks knowledge wherever he goes. He wants to learn. He wants to do the right thing by God. He's very faithful to Christianity. He's befriended a lot of priests. He's just like a sponge. He just wants to absorb where he goes. And you'll see a lot of, pictures of him with a lot of priests. Again, this gentleman, I believe, is a Baptist. He was one of the first people to teach theology to Saeed. He's English speaking, but this was in Egypt, where he would teach the converts through a translator. Again, this is in Egypt. He's holding the Bible. Again, he went to a lot of Bible studies. He was seeking knowledge. He found comfort in what he found. He believed in what he found. He believed that Christianity is the truth, that Jesus is God.
You know what makes me even crazier? Egypt and other countries before Islam, they were so intelligent from their core, and now they are all like, I don't know, like deep inside the darkness of nothingness. It's so sad for these countries. They were so bright. They had universities, big universities all over the world. People were going there. I mean, from Rome, from Carthage, from Greece, from, I don't know, from Asia Minor, people were going to Egypt and to Babylon just to study all their works and stuff like that. And now what's happening? It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
This picture, this is actually such a beautiful story. So this is a new Russian church that was being built in Moscow for Arabic speakers. Saeed traveled to Moscow, I think it was about mid-June or towards, around the 20th, or maybe between mid-June and the 20th. Basically, he was going to volunteer his time, which he did a lot, to help build the church. And he begged the priest, let me put the cross up on the church, let me put the cross on the church. And that picture is from that day. And he was just so happy the priest let him help with putting the cross on top of the church.
Yeah, and actually he shared his happiness live on TikTok that day.
That's
actually.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So beautiful.
Yeah. And this is little Butros. This is his...
Petros, yes, Petros.
Yeah, his youngest son. He's approximately 3.5, almost 4 at the moment. He loved him to death. He's half Russian. And, you know, Saeed was very close to him and loved him so much because, unfortunately, Saeed has been ripped off his other son, Mustafa, who's approximately 10 years old now. So if you see the pictures or the video of his baptism, his Muslim wife was there, Aya. She was present. She was accepting of the fact that he was to become Christian, but her family weren't, and general society in Egypt weren't. So part of the bargaining chip to get him to go back to Islam is they took Mustafa and Aya away from him. And, you know, until this day, you know, any communication he has with his son Mustafa, it's through a video call, and it's like capped at 2 minutes. Hey, say hi, bye. We can't let the family know, goodbye. So, you know, I don't know if a lot of you guys have kids or not, but imagine, you know, you brought a child into the world, you love him to death, and you can't even have a relationship with him. So when he had little Petros that's in this picture, which is Peter in English, you know, he was just glued to him. He loved him to death. He would do anything for him. And this is with Russian, you know, friends. You can see he's a normal human being. He's no different to anybody. This is in a church in Egypt when he first converted and was learning about Christianity. Again, this is, I think he's a Coptic bishop. This is in Egypt. Saeed went to all churches, you know, he was seeking to learn about all, you know, he went to Catholic churches, Orthodox churches. At that time, he was a Baptist. And this is a recent picture of him having Holy Communion in a Russian church. This is a mass that was held in Moscow for Arabic speakers. This is little Petros. Again, this was a recent picture. It's probably approximately about 2 months ago. It was in his live. He was so proud, you know, that his Petros was spending the day with him, that, you know, he brought him on live to show all his followers, look, I've got my son for the day.
Yeah, because we all missed with Peter, actually. We got used to see him all the time with Saeed, but then when they took him away, yeah, you know.
So wait, they took away from him both his sons?
When he got divorced from the Russian woman, she basically doesn't let, you know, her son see her often, which is quite normal within a marriage when two people get divorced. You know, they try to be vindictive to each other.
Why wouldn't she let him see his father? I mean, it's his daddy.
No,
oh my
it's
goodness.
Yeah, look, some people, unfortunately, when they get divorced, it's quite common in every country, not just in
Well,
Russia.
let's face it, you know, we all know, like, talking and exposing Islam, it's really dangerous. So Saeed would refuse anything to make him stop doing that. So probably, most likely, she knew about how dangerous it is, and she tried to stop Saeed from talking about Islam and talking about Christianity. But as always, Saeed always says, Jesus comes first, so he will never stop to expose Islam and the truth about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might be the last one. Oh, nope. Never mind. Ignore me.
Again, this is in Russia with Russian Orthodox priests. He spent a great deal in church, and, you know, I'm saddened by the fact that the Russian church is also following the dictatorship of that country and not giving any support to his case. Not even, you know, we didn't ask for much. We just, you know, were inquiring about his safety and welfare. I've written to one of their metropolitan. He blocked me. I opened another account, contacted him. Again, he blocked me. So. He was so proud of, you know, his Christianity and, you know, being attached to the Orthodox Church. And he showcased it. Pardon?
I think was in the last Easter when he was there in the church sharing with everyone the prayers and lighting candles for us. So yeah.
He literally would buy a packet of 50, 60 candles, and anyone who asked in the live, can you light me a candle? He would sit there lighting candles for the next half an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And people would look at him like, are you nuts?
Very Russian looking picture there.
Yeah.
Can't get any more Russian than that.
Nope. It's funny, that day in particular, he was opening a live to support a gentleman by the name of Abu, which was arrested by the secret police in Egypt for talking about Christianity. So Saeed was trying to bring awareness to his case and, you know, show his support. He always supported, you know, a lot of people who are being persecuted for being Christians or speaking about Christianity. So it wasn't that he was just, you know, doing his own thing, seeking fame. Nope. He used his fame to support anyone that needed support. This is a picture I took of him in one of his lives, just to get the lighting right.
Nice, nice.
I don't know if I'm gonna be so emotional about that picture, but I really miss seeing him in that position.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
And just for context, whenever we finish the slideshow, I want to share something with someone else or with the group really quickly whenever we finish the slideshow.
Yep, there's just a few more here.
This is I'll never forget this. So this was, I think it was Christmas 2021. This little old lady attends the church. As you can see, it's late at night. Saeed took her home. Like, he went out of his way. It's nowhere near the area. He went and took her home. He took a picture to show me, oh, look, you know, she's so nice and she's praying for him. He honestly had a heart of gold.
Yeah, I would have guessed that was his mother or mother-in-law there.
No.
And you're saying that this is just a person from church.
Just the person from church that, you know, it was snowing, it was late at night after the mass. He just wanted to get her home safe. So he went out of his way. He took her home and he took the picture for memory.
So sweet.
He's a sweetie. That's the Metropolitan that blocked me. His name is Metropolitan London. He belongs to the Olanavesk section.
Hey, look, there's Putin in the background.
Look, you know, can I tell you something? If you say something wrong about Putin maybe a few years ago, Saeed would have been the first person to block you. He supported Russia. He was under the assumption that they are Christians, that they love Christ, that they do not accept Islam. He was under some misconception, let me tell you.
Well, it's because Putin did what was useful for him at the time.
Yep. And this is Saeed dressing like the rest of us.
For a change.
It didn't happen often, but he gave it an attempt.
That's awesome. And this is the last one.
Thank you.
So I believe Mary wants to share something now, so let me bring up her screen share.
Right. So this happens quite frequently in Saudi Arabia and Iran and other countries, where they will discover dozens, hundreds of copies of the Quran inside of city sewage systems, like in the drain water system. And this happens all the time. Like every few years, there's an incident where they have to go down somewhere and they're like, oh, there are tons of Qurans. And some people think that they're actually thrown down there just by people who are going on pilgrimage. After they're done with pilgrimage, they just toss their Quran because they don't want to carry it back or whatever. And so the idea that they're going to be, oh, so hysterical, their feelings are so hurt whenever it happens somewhere else is nonsense. Because these kinds of things, you know, this is talking about other times. This is February 16th, 2022. And then another time it happened 2013. A whole bunch of copies were found in Taif, and this was dozens. And 2014, torn copies in similar circumstances. It happens quite frequently that whenever they open sewer systems, there are just Qurans inside of them. So I want to keep it in context of what happens in Islamic countries all the time. They're pretending to be so hysterically upset because they want to get him.
Yeah, so the text is very small. I don't know if you want people to actually be able to read it or not, but it's definitely very small. It's if you make it wider, that would help.
Mary, can I ask you a question while we're on this topic? You know, I don't know much about this, but I've seen this a lot on TikTok where Muslims say that the safest way to dispose of the Quran is to set it on fire.
Yeah, and that is something, that's also what's funny is that you are supposed, in Islam, to get rid of something that is holy, you are actually either supposed to dissolve it in water or burn it and then bury it. That is how you are supposed, if your Quran gets damaged, you are supposed to burn it rather than just throw it in the trash and then bury it. A lot of these are probably just people who are like, the copy of my Quran is damaged. What am I supposed to do with it? I can't throw it in the trash. I'm not allowed to. I don't want to keep it forever and ever. So you're either supposed to put it in water or burn it. And if I burn it, people might get hysterical and think I'm doing something wrong. So I'll just put it in the water runoff system so it'll get destroyed by water there. And that will be appropriate disposal of it. There's nothing even to suggest necessarily that these are people who are, oh, it's desecration. It might not even be desecration. Like in terms of what the people were thinking who had done things to it. But they want to be all, burn the Quran, no, whenever it's someone they don't like doing it for a reason that they don't like. It's like actually in Eastern Orthodoxy and in Judaism, both. If you have something that is considered holy in some way, like blessed in some way where it's disrespectful, you know, you don't have to specially wash to hold a Bible or anything, but where it's disrespectful just to throw it in the garbage, then you burn it first and then you throw it away because now it's been complete. It's no longer, what you're throwing away is no longer that thing that had some kind of holiness to it, right? And then Islam adopted the same thing from the same areas. They adopted the exact same practices, except they added water for some reason. I don't know why. But
yeah, well, so the idea of the water is that it washes the words off the page, which worked when it was handwritten. It doesn't work anymore, though.
Even then, it didn't really work that well, but that's kind of like the idea of it. So
yeah, but to give another example, the proper way of disposing a tattered American flag is to burn it.
Exactly.
So burning something is not inherently disrespectful. It's kind of your point here, and so they get hysterical, right? Because they know the intention behind it. They know the intention behind it is protest, so they get hysterical. It's not really the act itself. Is kind of what you're saying.
I don't know if it's good. It's good to know this, but if we go back in the days to the first Sahaba in Sahih al-Bukhari, Uthman actually did burn the Quran. So I don't know where is the problem here now. You know, so I don't get it.
And also the son of Abu Bakr, he trampled on the Quran.
And he did that for a reason, right? Because the partial copies were inaccurate. You know, they in theory were corrupted or whatever, so he's getting rid of them. And you know, that's just what we're doing with the Quran today when we're burning it. We're getting rid of the corrupted.
You forget something, Thaddeus. You
Oh, can you
forget
hear Lilia, by
something.
the way, Thaddeus? Could you hear Lilia?
I was telling you
when?
that the son of Abu Bakr, who is one of the Sahaba, yeah, he
So to
was
answer your question, I'm
also.
not sure because
Did you hear me?
She's stopping. Hang on, let her
Do
finish.
you hear me?
He can't hear you. Everyone else can.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
the son of the Sahaba Abu Bakr, right? The father of Aisha. Okay, his son was also when he went to Uthman, the other Sahaba. What he see when he see the Qurans which Uthman supposed to burn, he was kicking it with his food. So the Said did the same thing. Why they are judging Said and not judging the son of Abu Bakr, and they say always radiyallahu anhu, the God is satisfied upon him. He did the same thing, and he's the son of the Sahaba Abu Bakr. What did Said do wrong? Why you are saying to the son of Abu Bakr radiyallahu anhu, the God is satisfied upon him, satisfaction of God is upon him, and why they are judging Said?
Lillian, you have to understand. I'm not getting their, how to say it, I'm not advocating for them. But I will explain to you how their brain works a little bit. When Abu Bakr, Uthman, or Umar does something, they're rightly caliphs, the rightly guided caliphs, you know. But if a Christian does it because they see us as kafirs, yeah, if we are the kafirun, we shouldn't be able to do such a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know, brother. I know.
Yeah,
I know.
That's their mentality. Since we are the kafirun, we are the worst of creatures. We shouldn't even be touching the Quran, not as much so to even letting it into the rubbish or something like that.
Yep.
You understand what I mean?
Yep. Well, I mean,
This is how they
pointing
think,
out,
though. That's what I'm saying.
I was just pointing out that it was, the difference between their level of hysteria. What they care about are the intentions more than anything else, and whether or not it's a person that they're allied with.
And well, I mean,
the intentions of the son of Abu Bakr were negative, like he wanted to destroy those things. But since he's allied with them, then him destroying these manuscripts is great. But go ahead, Thaddeus. Do you want to play that?
Yeah, I was going to say I actually agree with the Muslims on that principle that someone's intention matters far more than just the arbitrary action. Say someone accidentally sets their house on fire and their collection of Qurans burns. Well, they shouldn't be accused of burning Qurans. I mean, I wouldn't think so. So I actually agree with them on that point.
But that is actually, I'm sorry to reject your point of view over here. Uthman burned the Qurans intentionally. He did not just, accidental burn them. He burned them intentionally so that his Quran version should be sent to everyone rather than the Quranic copies that these people have, which they used to believe that it is the right copy. As far as Ibn Abbas is concerned, he said, no, my Quran is better, and he did not change his reading. Ali, according to Shia Tafasir and Shia references, he did not accept Uthman's Quran as well, and he kept his own Quran, and that's not something that you will find it very easily in the Sunni Tafasir, but that's also a fact. But that's not the point here. Forget this. Forget all of this, like how you desecrate the Quran or whether if you can desecrate the Quran. It's a stupid book. It's simply a book. You need to comprehend that you are like, why are these idiots worried about a book? And by the way, this whole thing started because of Andrew Tate. There was a guy who burned the Bible and kicked it a couple of times before burning it. And Andrew Tate came up and he tweeted later on, hey, try this with Quran and then see what happens. And then everyone started burning the Quran. I have seen videos where people were tearing off the Quran papers and putting tobacco in it and smoking. That would be a very bad cigarette, by the way.
We sent to them also such videos. What are the Muslims?
But the whole idea is,
so
we are talking about Russia.
Comment.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, I just want to finish my thought over here, and then we can take the comments. That the problem here is,
go ahead.
Talking about Russia, and Russia is supposedly right now a secular country, not a Christian country. It's a secular country. Why is these seculars trying to protect Islam? Because Islam is the one who's going to eat them up once they are more than 33%, as per the Quran itself. Do not go for peace when you are the uppermost. So Islam is peaceful only when it is below a certain level, because when the Badr was happening, first Allah said 20 of you will overcome 200. It was too much. Then he moved it down to 200 of you will overcome 200. So it's like a 50% kind of a thing. The whole idea is Islam is never going to be a bad religion, a bad faith, a bad community, unless they are exceeding a certain number. And that happens everywhere, every single place. Even in India, if you look at it, the southern part of it where Islam is dominant, for example, Kerala, it has like 36% of Muslim population. They are doing so much stuff over there, it's unbelievable. And there's so many types of jihad that are going over there. There are many types of jihad, as we know already, and we can do a full stream on that at a later time. But at the same level, where they are not in my majority, they will become the most secular loving people in the history of loving people, because they have be inside them, just like Muhammad was when he was in Makkah before the Hijrah, when he didn't had power. He will be at that time, he will be, you have your religion and I have mine. Wow, do not force anybody. And then all that buddy things will be there. Now these seculars, how can you open their minds? We are doing that. Ex-Muslim Saeed is doing that. That's what he was doing.
And that's the exactly policy. What are the Muslims doing when they immigrate
so
to
the question from Houston Euler was, does it count as a crime?
Thaddeus, you're talking over Lily again. Lily,
Yes.
can
Oh,
you
sorry.
leave and then rejoin, because he cannot hear you at all?
Sorry.
So every time there's silence.
I was wondering why each time when I'm talking, he's talking.
Finish your thought. Finish your thought. I can tell you're speaking if I look at the screen.
Okay. I was just saying, this is the policy, exactly what the Muslims are using, exactly like Muhammad did. Because when they come here, we are poor, we are suffering, we're like this. And if you have some individual interviews with some Muslims, no, we came here because we want to become so many. Since now they are weak, That's why Muhammad say, give birth, too many births, that they want to be more, and they get strength, and they go against the West. But I'm sorry to say to the West that they are not understanding this policy of Muslims,
But,
you know what I mean?
But did he not say that it's haram to live in the countries of the infidels?
Exactly, but they do the opposite in the favor
Actually,
of Islam.
let
They
me
do the
tell you.
opposite.
Let me tell you something, ladies. It is haram to live in the Western countries unless you are going to promote Islam.
Yes, on the favor of Islam, as I say,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if we
That's
can play the next
well,
video, and while you're doing that, maybe Lily, if you can drop and then just come right back in, Thaddeus will be able to hear you then. It's just a bug in the software. This just happens sometimes. And it's happened with me too. Like Thaddeus just hasn't been able to hear me before.
Yeah, so Houston Euler said, does it count as a Quran if it's a printout from a PDF? Absolutely. All it takes is one verse written in Arabic. As long as it's Arabic, it doesn't count if it's a translation. But as long as it's Arabic, you get one verse written on a piece of paper, and the same rules about disposing it apply. Indeed, that's how they've gotten people in Pakistan sometimes, is like they throw out a poster or something that happened to have a Quran verse on it. They didn't even know they were doing something wrong, right? They didn't even realize they were throwing out a Quran verse, and they're like, oh, he desecrated the Quran. He's going to jail now. So yeah, it counts in the Muslim mindset anyway. So a super chat from Susan.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands of apples coming your way. No comment there, but she said right after that, thanks for addressing the issue of Saeed, and you are most welcome for that. So we're going to transition now. The seventh angel says, wait, what? I thought Putin was a Christian. There's literally footage of him going to a church. I think that this is intended to be sarcastic, and that's certainly the way I'm taking it. So we're now going to transition to talking about the background in Russia. And I have a couple images I want to share first. So this first image here is the amount of Muslim population in the former Soviet Union down here on the southern territories in specific, which are now independent nations. But Putin kind of has this ambition where he wants to reunite the Soviet empire. And most of the territories, not all of them, like Ukraine, for example, is Christian, but most of the territories that were part of the Soviet Union that are no longer part, that, you know, aren't Russia, are majority Muslim. So these purple colors, that's like 80 to 90% Muslim. This tannish color is 90 to 100% Muslim. And this right here is the southern border. Oh, you can't see my mouse, but right about in the middle of the screen is the southern border of Russia now, right? So this is what it looked like in the Soviet Union. And then I have a complementary picture of Russia today. Now this one is just Russia. This is not any surrounding territories. This is the different provinces. And these 6 or 7 provinces in green are Muslim majority provinces. And you can see that they're kind of concentrated towards the southern border, especially down here in this tip. And this tip is going to be where Chechnya is, which is going to figure prominently in the understanding of Russia's current religious mentality. I do have some other resources I wanted to share, but I think Mary wanted to present some material on this or talk about this.
Yeah.
So I'll turn it over to her.
Yeah. So Russia, when the Soviet Union was formed, right? Remember that our dear friend Putin was a former KGB agent, right? When Russia was formed, they wanted to do true socialism, which meant that they wanted to destroy all religion, and they wanted to destroy the nuclear family and do the whole free love nonsense thing. They discovered within a very few years that if they went that route and destroyed the nuclear family, they would not have a country. In like 2 generations, there would be no one left. They would drop in population by more than 50% after 50 years. It was an absolute catastrophe. So then they reversed course and pretended that socialism was this promotion of good morality in the face of Western degeneracy, and threw in sexual stuff and Western degeneracy, when in reality socialism has always promoted, you know, free love, indiscriminate sex, and like not even free love, literally indiscriminate sex, because according to the theories of Marxism, if you own, it's capitalism for you to reserve your sex for particular people, for your spouse. They consider that a form of ownership and everything else. And what you're supposed to do is have sex like shaking hands, and then the state is supposed to raise your babies. But then they invented a new socialism that would not wipe out their population in a year. And so Russia has always shown a willingness to change its own stances, even on the most fundamental tenets of what it's supposed to stand for, based on what is useful. Now, by the time Russia fell, they realized that they were going to have a population crisis that was irreversible, because you always have a population crisis with if you try to embrace atheism. People just don't have kids because it leads to nihilism. And so Putin thought that the solution would be that he would restore the Orthodox Church as a tool of the state. He has no religious conviction. Another former KGB agent, divorced his wife to become the big old patriarch of the Russian Orthodox Church, the top dog, is someone who was an atheist just moments before, and now amazingly he's your wonderful leader of this church. And so he wanted it as a political tool. That doesn't mean that there aren't a lot of very earnest, honest priests working very hard for God within it. But that does mean that from the structure from top down, the top of the structure is a toy of Putin, and the only reason that it's being promoted is to control the people. That is why any other church is outlawed. Okay? So other churches are not formally recognized. So even if you're a plain old Baptist, right? If you're a Baptist, you meet in an underground church, right? So, and you usually aren't massively persecuted, but you're unrecognized, and you're currently not massively persecuted, but you are unrecognized and strongly discouraged because it's about control. It's not actually about faith. They want the peasants to have faith so they can control them. And that's also not how Christianity actually works. Whenever people read the Bible, right? So it's kind of like they want to create their slave Bible version of the religion and keep it out of the hands of the masses and teach the masses to have just enough faith that they'll have kids and obey the government is basically what they want to do, rather than actually teach the entirety of the faith. And this is nowhere more apparent than Putin's flexibility when it comes to the Islamic issue. Now, there have been still a number of terrorist attacks from Chechnyans who want independence the same way that the Kazakhs got. They're like, well, the Kazakhs got independence. Why do they get Kazakhstan and we don't get a Chechnya that's independent? What Putin wants is to restore, at minimum, the Russian Empire at the time that it turned into the Soviet Union. If it gets Russia post-World War II, that's great, but at minimum, he feels like this is proper Russia, just like, Syria thinks that the full Assyrian Empire is proper Syria and stuff like that. He thinks that's proper Russia that they need to restore. That, and because Russia has a fiction that it came from the Kievan Rus, they want Kiev because they have this fiction that they have this ancestry from this other culture. So they desperately want Kiev to be part of that. Well, within this, in order to get Kiev and to get control of Ukraine, obviously Ukraine's not going to roll over. Yes, there's lots of corruption in Ukraine. Yes, the US playing games with NATO is absolutely ridiculous. However, Russia has always wanted Kiev. It's wanted Kiev from the beginning because it wants its Russian Empire back, and it wants its fiction that it has something to do with the Kievan Rus. Right? And so it's always had its eyes, at least on Ukraine, up to that, past Kiev. It wants Kiev. And so Putin has discovered that while most Russians are not incredibly enthusiastic about shooting other Orthodox Christians over a land dispute, the Chechnyans are extraordinarily enthusiastic over killing any Christians. So since it's a more Christian nation, they're like, yes. And so that's why they're shouting Allahu Akbar as they're killing Ukrainians, because they see this as a way of slaughtering more people who are at least nominally Christian, so that they can come in and have more dominance, more numbers, more everything else. At the same time, Putin really wants to solidify his influence and the devotion of a lot of the Islamic states, like Iran, like Assad in Syria before he was overthrown, and a lot of other of those states. He wants to develop allies in hopes of perhaps eventually expanding to there, because he would really like to control that region as well. There's a good deal of gas in that region, so he'd like to take it over. So since the beginning of the war with Ukraine, whenever he discovered that a lot of the Russians had moral issues about the basis of the war, and the Muslims are enthusiastic about killing these people, he's been doing anything possible internally to pacify and make nice with the Muslims and present himself as their ally. So this recently there has been passed a law against insulting the religion of people and desecrating things and hurting feelings. And really the entire reason that that law was passed was not to keep people from vandalizing churches or vandalizing mosques, because there are already laws that say you can't vandalize things. It was about passing a law that Muslims would really like, because then people who criticize Islam could be imprisoned. And honestly, I honestly believe for a very long time, Russia wanted nothing more than to be seen as European. And I really think that Putin still wants every single one of you listening here to think that he is this ally of orthodoxy. During the first conflict, whenever Russia took over of Crimea, a friend of mine who lives in Russia heard a rumor that they were telling Russian soldiers that anything that they did to Ukrainians, God smiled upon, because Russia is the chosen nation and they were doing things for God and it was a holy war. So a friend of mine lives in Russia, is Russian, called up a hotline that was supposed to be for like mental help for Russian soldiers who had fought in the war, to speak to clergy, right? So he's trying to talk to clergy. And so and he told them that he'd done these horrible things, because he'd heard rumors that this is what was happening, as people were calling, and this was the response. So he was playing the role of what he heard, that he'd raped women and killed children. Okay? And the priest on the hotline told him that he hadn't committed any sins because he was doing it for Russia, and anything that he does in service of Russia is in the service of God. So you can rape and murder in the service of God. So really and this is because of Putin controlling large parts of the church and putting specific people on those. Putin has instructed the church's official stance that the war against Ukraine is a holy crusade. Okay? The war against Ukraine is a holy crusade. Now, Zelensky's pulled all sorts of nonsense. He got the.
Can I pause you for a second, because I did
Yes.
want to present some material on Chechnya, just so people have some more context of why this is the hot button, or maybe hot button's not the right word, but why this explains a lot about Putin's motives here. So this is just a generic site on information. It's not like a Christian site, right? It's just an informational site called Nationalia. So Chechnya, majority religion, Sunni Islam, majority, Orthodox Christianity, minority. Chechnya is, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to just read a couple highlights here, and I'll put a link if people want to read more. Chechnya is one of the constituent republics of the Russian Federation, located in the north of the Caucasus, blah, blah, blah. Most Chechens are Sunni Muslims, although some pre-Islamic traditions have survived. The republic is a producer of gas and, above all, oil. Agricultural sector remains important. So in addition to providing warriors, it also is important economically. Control of the Caucasus regions from the earliest period onwards was contested between Russia, Turkish, and Persian empires. The Russian Empire began to advance into Chechnya in the 16th century onward, although the formal start of the Russian-Chechen conflict conventionally considered to be 1785. In 1936, USSR united the Chechens and the English under one republic. During World War II, Stalin accused both peoples of collaborating with Germany, deporting them to Central Asia, and dissolved the republic. So you see a long history, right, of Russia-Chechen conflict, which, if you're old enough and you remember the 1990s, you'll remember this well, that it was on the news for years about the Chechen attempt at independence. Mary alluded to this a little bit, but it's really important for understanding the current situation, because the last thing in the world Putin wants is someone trying to declare independence again, trying to rebel against his empire. He can't be expanding the empire if it's shrinking with people trying to get out of it. So the Chechen people attempted to proclaim independence in 1991, which led to the Chechen War from 1994 to 1996, which they eventually signed a peace treaty. However, from 1997 onward, it was de facto independent, right? Although it's, and legally it's part of Russia, it's been given a great deal of independence. And you can see leader after leader, there continues to be conflict because in the Chechen mind, they're kind of a semi-independent nation. In Russia's mind, they're absolutely part of the state. Finishing up here, the Islamicist insurgents, with the aim of establishing a pan-Caucasus state under Sharia law, was active mainly until 2017. The two most prominent groups were the Caucasus Emirate and the Caucasus province of the Islamic State. Since 2017, some isolated militants have tried to maintain armed struggle in the mountains with limited impact. So the gist here, right, is that there's a long conflict between Russia and the Chechen people. It's majority Muslim, almost entirely Muslim. In fact, it's like 90+% Muslim. And there have been Muslim independent movements. So what does Putin need to do to keep this important region under his control? He needs to make friends, right? He needs, there are other Muslim states that they point out, but Chechnya is the one that really matters because it's the one that has this independent mindset and wants to get away from Russia. All right, you can continue, Mary.
Okay, so, and there's also the fact that they have, even though they're fairly small, they have a fairly high population, not incredibly high, but a fairly high population and a larger proportion of young men than a lot of other places. And I really think that at this point, he is playing conservatives in the West with his, oh, I'm the supporter of Christianity and reviving it, and trying to get all the Russian babushkas on his side with that kind of nonsense too, when it's not really true. And then on the other hand, he would be thrilled to be a caliph of a new, of the Khan of a new golden horde, to establish a new cognate, and be, if he could have the kind of power that being a caliph gave him, he would be all in. If he could tomorrow snap his fingers and make Russia an Islamic state, he would be 100% for it, because Islam is primarily a political system and only secondarily a religion. And that's what he wants. That's what he wants to make the Orthodox Church. That's what he wants from the people who are Christian. He wants them to become agents of the state, and he would love to have a religious system where he can do that. So the idea that he is got any kind of religious conviction other than what is useful is just absolutely belied by his actions. So he would, I'm telling all of you, again, if he could snap his fingers and turn every person in his country into a Muslim and himself into a caliph tomorrow, he would not hesitate for a millisecond. Because then, he could ally with all of the Middle East and get them all to be, that is what he wants, that level of power. And the only thing that in the West, he projects this image that, protector of family values, look at the corruption over here, look at that corruption, look at this, look at that. That's what the Soviet Russia did too. They pretended to be, we're the pure people, we don't have Western decadence, when in reality, their men were drinking themselves to death. They had the highest abortion rate in the world at that point because they were officially atheist, and people were deprived of any kind of religious education. And now they're playing a different tune, but it's still, look at the decadent West, look at us. Don't you want to be like us? Don't you want to be our friend? I'm not saying that Zelensky is a great guy. I'm not saying what he's doing in his schismatic sect is it all right either, because in Ukraine, you can go into their new churches and there are absolutely obscene icons that show a St. George crushing a Russian eagle instead, which is just, it's the same kind of obscenity, using state power to try to take over the church, right? Same kind of obscenity. But this is the reality. Putin is playing you if you think that he is any kind of ally of Christianity. He's not. Just like little mustache man greatly admired Mohammed and wanted more than anything to have a caliphate type religion. And just like Napoleon talked about converting to Islam because he loved the kind of power and brainwashing that you could have over people in Islam. He talked about, oh, maybe I should convert all of France to Islam and then I'd have all this power while he was in Egypt. He thought that would be great. So yes, and yes, there is a huge oil refinery in Russia. And
in Chechnya, yes.
in Chechnya, and also in Kazakhstan, they have enormous amounts of gas, and he would love to get control over that area again. So just do not be snowed by Russia. This law was passed not out of respect for all religions, but to make Chechnya happy and to pacify Muslims. Putin made the decision that he was going to sacrifice people to appease Chechnya, and that is what the law was passed for. There have been no people punished in the same way that Saeed is being punished for any activities against Bibles or Christian religious iconography. It's only one way in this kind of extremely disparate enforcement is completely one way, and that was the intention from the beginning. He's trying to suck up to all the Muslims and go, I'm a good Muslim ruler, I'm the third Rome, I'll be, oh, don't worry, we'll all be Muslims soon, wink, wink, nod, nod, nudge, nudge. That's what he's doing, guys.
And I had one other article I wanted to share. This was written in the early days of the Ukrainian war in the Washington Post. As Russian troops pushed in the first days of the war towards Kiev, Kharkiv, and other Ukrainian cities, and Ukrainians resisted, families in Russian North Caucasus began to bury sons killed in the fighting. In one funeral in the Kirkul, whatever district of Chechnya, a Muslim cleric announced that the families of so-and-so would each receive 1 million rubies, about $6,400, and a cow. Just days before, on February 27th, an Islamic scholar based in the Chechen capital of Grozny had declared the Russian invasion a jihad. Chechen soldiers, he explained, were fighting for the Quran, for God, and to save both Russia and Islam from the filth spread by NATO. Pro-Kremlin propagandists have cast the Russian invasion as a war for what Putin calls spiritual unity of Orthodox Christian Russians and Ukrainians. Yet an overlooked aspect of the war is the fact that Muslims of diverse national and ethnic backgrounds are playing a central role. Muslim clerics in Russia have backed Vladimir Putin's offensive and tried to rally the support of Russia's estimated 20 million or more Muslims, about 14% of the population. On the front lines, Russian Muslims find themselves pitted against fellow Muslims defending Ukraine. Chechens are fighting for both sides. More Islamic burials are anticipated in both countries in the days to come. Then the article goes on to describe how the vast majority of the Russian Muslim population, the common Muslims, if you will, are against the war because they have no interest in supporting a Christian leader, and the clerics are pushing really hard to support it. Gee, I wonder why. I wonder what Putin's been telling the clerics, the leaders of Islam, that he's going to give them in exchange for supporting his war.
It's simple. When someone wants to make how to say it, a war and to justify themselves, they always use a metaphysical excuse, like in the old days, the god of Mars or whatever, he is with us, let's go and fight them, or something like that, in order to boost the morality of their subjects. That's what all dictators and tyrants always did. This is a very known tactic, and Putin is actually one of those how to say dictators that wants to make the Orthodox Church into an Orthodox Islamic Church or something like that, so that the whole population of Russia will start going against any Christian country or any other country, and maybe that way he will justify it to conquer Kazakhstan also. Although Kazakhstan is a Muslim, mostly populated country, but he wouldn't stop like going to, I don't know, maybe China, or on the other hand, going to against Polish or other countries, you know, just for conquering them. But the problem here is that we are not anymore in 1600s. There are weapons right now that they are mass destructive. I mean, you can send a rocket and it will just kill out of nowhere like a million people or something like that. It's very devastating if you start that type of war, killing in masses, not just like it was like I don't know, like tens of thousands or 50,000 people hand combat. It's not like that. I mean, you send a rocket and you kill hundreds of thousands of people. It's devastating. It's murder, mass murder. But here we are in 2023, and these people just look at the humans like pawns on a chess game. Really sad. Really sad.
Anything else you, Mary, or anyone else wants to comment on the situation in Russia? If not, we'll move on to specific provocation from Muslims.
I think you guys covered it all. So
I think so.
I do have to warn the audience that these clips that we are about to watch are quite vile. They are, let's put it this way. If Muslims don't like what David Wood does on his channel, what he does is like 1% of what is done in these clips. But these are the specific context in which Saeed is responding to. He's specifically responding to the people like you're going to see in these clips. Also, just keep in mind, this is kind of the normal behavior in Muslim majority countries, that Christianity is disparaged every day by everyone. It's not just, oh, you have your religion and I have mine and we can all get along. Absolutely not in Russia, in Muslim majority countries. All right, so this is the first clip here. And these will have subtitles. They are not in English by any means.
ايه باطل عليك.
جنان عمري شو هذا؟
هذا الكتاب النسخة الأصلية، هذا الوحي الحقيقي.
أنا والله وينك سعيت فيها يا زلمة، بس ما قدرت.
تلميذ، صاير تلميذ من أبناء الرب الكسولين أنت.
So you got this individual who's dressed up like Jesus.
Can I just quickly comment that person, that particular person, he's an American citizen.
Hold on.
Yeah.
So he's dressed up like Jesus in a very mocking manner. He holds up a pornographic book, flips through it, and says, "This is the original Bible. This is what Christians follow."
I mean, and the other people really believe that thing. It's really ridiculous, you know.
Unfortunately, there was other clips, but he's even paraded his wife's bras dressed as Jesus. It's very mocking, very hurtful. We've reported all these things, and unfortunately, you know, we didn't get anywhere with TikTok with them.
Of course, not. Also by China. So
I have sent it to Sebastian. There are so many more which I translated.
Yeah. No, we're talking about that particular one. You'll hear. There's another clip we sent over where
there are a couple more. But
yep.
So next up, I have a response by Saeed, kind of just asking people to, or explaining. He says, like, maybe I should just play it and then talk about it.
بتطالب الناس انها تحترم مقدساتك لازم تكون مقدساتك بتحترم الناس. فلما
احنا
مقدساتك تحترم الناس هم هيحترموا
نحن
مقدساتك.
ما حرق
استنى بس. من 400 سنة الإمام الأكبر الخطيب الشربيني الشيخ الأزهر أصدر فتوى موجودة نصا بيقول يجوز للمسلم بعد ما يخرج ما يلاقيش حاجة يمسح بيها يمسح بورقة التوراة والإنجيل، والفتوى
يا اخي
موجودة
هذا زلمه
والكتاب
يقدر
ويدرس لحد
ويصير
النهارده في الأزهر.
هذا.
So he's saying you're talking about respect. Let's see what the Muslims have to say about respect. Goes to a well-respected Islamic scholar, and he says he has a fatwa that you can wipe your butt with the Bible.
It's the Al Azhar University, so it's the premier #1 university for Islamic, for Sunni Islam in the world, and the other places are also important institutions. So that is very much that would be like the Vatican coming out with a statement saying that if you don't have toilet paper, you ought to use the Quran. That is the level. Okay, for Al-Azhar to be propagating this. That's like the Vatican saying it. Okay, guys?
They are not propagating. They are teaching it in Al-Azhar. They teach it. Yes.
Yes, it is in the 4th year of Al-Azhar University that they do the course, and this book is taught in the 4th year of Al-Azhar University. The book name is I will give you the book name in a little while, and I have a video about that as well, where in their satellite channel it says that they had a debate or a talk about it. So the book name is Al-Iqna fil Hal Al-Afzal Ibn Abi Shughaya, Convincing Argument According to Abi Shughaya. And I can play a video. Can I play a video here?
Yeah, if you want to. I do also have a video of Muslims affirming what was
Actually,
just said.
yeah, actually, we have the video of the Sheikh talking about that himself. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So I guess I'll go ahead and play that, and then if you have a different video that you want to bring, we can look at that as well. So.
Okay.
في المرحلة الثانوية كتاب الإقناع في حل ألفاظ أبي شجاع، ده كتاب في الفقه الشافعي، صاد 72 باب الطهارة. طهارة يعني الاستنجاء. بيقول حاجتين: يجوز الاستنجاء بالتوراة. يعني لا، هو جايب قسم باب الطهارة، هو جايب بيبدأ بالطهارة، هو وصل لحد الاستنجاء. يعني حينما طبعا يا مولانا عارف، حينما وصل للاستنجاء قال ويجوز الاستنجاء بإيه؟ بأربع حاجات: كتب الفلسفة والمنطق، طبعا عشان دي كلها فيها عقل وإعمال عقل والعياذ بالله.
كان البعض يكفرها في السابق.
اثنين وثلاثة التوراة والإنجيل.
Exactly. So when you do poopy or urinate, use the pages of the Torah and Injil to clean yourself as a toilet paper.
And also don't forget never to use your brain because it is haram. That's what they say.
I didn't catch that the first time I watched this clip, but that's what he said. He said, of course, books of logic and philosophy you can wipe your butt with because those encourage thinking, which is not allowed. That's literally what he said.
That's what he said. Yeah, it's literally not allowed to use your brain. I mean, what else do you want? Of course, they will use the Bible for cleaning their buttocks. I mean, it's impossible not to think like that when you are brainwashed to the core. You know, you're brainwashed. Your brain doesn't work as what they say. If it's true, then the brain doesn't work anymore. You act like an animal, and that's how animals act.
Absolutely.
Actually, it is stated by Ibn Taymiyyah in his book, and it says that mantak leads to al-had. So if you use logic, it leads to al-had. So what can you do about it? Nothing. That's the sad reality.
You go to hell, that's what you mean, al-had.
Yeah, you become, yeah.
Atheist. Al-had.
So
Oh my goodness.
we have
Al-Zindak and Al-Had. That's how it is. That's how simple it is.
so Tunami says, with due respect, sir, do not generalize. This doesn't happen in my country, which is 95% Muslim. Why not deal with the gay woke guys you people groomed in your countries who are seen insulting Jesus? So I want to your comments in a second here, Adam, but I just want to point out the irony here, right? He says, we don't do this kind of thing. And then he does it in his very comment that he says, we don't do this kind of thing. Well, maybe you don't have someone saying wipe your butt with the Bible, but you just said that Christian countries are responsible for gay woke people groomed, right? And what the heck, man? What the heck? Can you not even see your own comment in front of you? You have been taught to hate me. You did, right in this very comment. And then you say, we don't do that in my country. We don't hate on Christians. Really? Really?
Yeah, I think that it may be an issue with his verb tenses, because verb tenses are very different in Arabic. That he might say that he might mean that the gay woke guys that are grooming, or that you people are allowing to groom or something, is what he might mean. But historically speaking, it's always been the Islamic countries that they've considered them the countries of pederasty, and that has been the universal observation of all European travelers. Every single one who travels to Islamic countries in the past have noted their passion for pederasty. It's just that your contagion and your disease has spread to other countries. So,
hey, speaking of disease spreading, Lorenzo's in the chat. Demonstrating the same spirit, right? Via the ruling of the Supreme Court of the United States, and again, you're promoting the same damn Nazi race hate. Open the phones now and let me express myself. No, I'm not opening the phones to you, Lorenzo. We are having a calm, respectful look at hatred propagated by people just like you, that you would definitely propagate yourself because you've done it on this very channel. Adam, you want to talk about how Christians are treated in Pakistan?
Very nicely, very good way. They very nicely come to the Christian and say, you are full of shit, quite frankly. I'm sorry to use this word, but that's what they call it. They call them chude. Chude means a person who's full of shit, S-H-I-T. There's no nice way to say that. I will not use the word dump or poopy. That's a nice way to say shit. It is shit, literally. And at the same time in Pakistan, try building a church in Pakistan. How about that? Would you like to build a church in Pakistan? Because there are like 20 Christian houses in your community, and you have a space right there. You have your own land that you bought from your own money. Try building a church there. I urge you to do that. Let's see what happens. On the flip side, try building a masjid, a mosque, in a government space, which is a children park on one corner. Start building a mosque. Your mosque will never be rejected by the government. They will not put it down, because now it just became a mosque. So it is yours. But you can't even build a church in your own property that you paid from your own money, the land that you bought. That's how nicely it is.
Can I reply to someone which he wrote in his comment? You all guys, yeah, he mean us, okay, are promoting gays. Let me tell you that the biggest mosque in Berlin for gays, that's why Islam is promoting gays, okay? The biggest mosque for gays is in Berlin, in Germany, right? But in our holy book, it's written that the gays, they are not going to the God kingdom, right? So let me check your Quran and see who is promoting gays. Your Quran is promoting gays, right? So thank you.
So Lorenzo says, you are the worst scum on earth. Shy, do you selectively read my post, you damned coward? but we'll do my work on the comment section. Yeah, go ahead and do your work on the comment section, showing the spirit of Islam, about how you are so filled with hatred that your fellow Muslims like, we don't disrespect anyone, and then you say you are the worst scum on earth. Oh, Lorenzo, you are so
The
oblivious
hypocrisy.
to what you do in this comment section.
The hypocrisy. That guy is like, he said that also earlier something about United States laws and that we are speaking. We said nothing. It was in the video. If you didn't see the video, how about you rewind like 10 minutes earlier, see what these guys in gray suits are saying about how to wipe their buttocks, and then come and tell us. We are just discussing it. We are not saying if it's good or bad. I mean, Lorenzo, you have to calm yourself down and at least try to understand what we are doing. Okay? It's ridiculous what you said. It's not we, it's them. Oh my goodness.
I believe, guys, we don't need to go that far. If we just go to the Quran to chapter 9, verses 5 or verses 29, we can tell exactly how the Muslim actually treating other non-Muslim. So it says clearly in the Quran how they are so in Surah At-Tawbah 29. And that's what happened exactly with Saeed. So, yeah.
Yeah, the Christians in every Muslim country, they are treated very nicely. They have their own churches where they can go and they pray to Jesus. Didn't you know that, guys? You didn't know that?
Yes, totally.
They are actually, man, in Iraq right now, not in Iraq, in Iran right now. Yeah.
If you go to my channel, brother, if you go to my channel, brother, there is a video
Wait, Adam,
of
wait.
Tabitha.
Wait, Adam, wait. In Iran, if you go and you say that you are a Christian openly, next thing that you know, it will be your head chopped off. Nothing else. That's what will happen. If you go in Saudi Arabia and if you go to Mecca and you are a Christian, I think that you will never pass the borders to get to Mecca. They will kill you. Maybe the police officers themselves, they will kill you right on the road there, because it has two different roads. It has a road for the Muslims and then the road for the kafirun, So I don't think Christians are not treated well, Thaddeus, what do you think? It's not that they are not treating them well. It's that they are treating them differently. Okay, differently. That's the whole point.
So welcome to the chat, Abuna. Do you want to give some perspective on how Christians and Muslims interact in your home country?
Good morning. I don't know your time in the States. May I just confirm? It's evening, okay. May I just confirm, can you see my video? This is what I'm trying to avoid. Can you see any video on the screen?
No, we cannot. No video.
Okay, thank you. I don't know if it's with you, Mary. Good evening, everybody, that I was communicating with on the chat with regards to who is Edom. But I'll come back to that later. The way these people are taking over, they intend to actually take over the whole country. They take over each of the countries, and they don't know what is happening in the other part of the world. And now they are coming to the West as well. Actually, they've been here for long. In Nigeria, they started, I'm from Nigeria, they started from the north. We never were bothered in the south, in the east, in the west of Nigeria. We were not bothered. We thought, okay, like the Americans would say, snitch getting snitch, or how do you say that that word?
Snitches get stitches.
Exactly. So that is what they did in Nigeria. Now, I can never emphasize this enough. There are different tribes in Nigeria, and one of the tribes are the Igbos. Talking about this brother, Abu Saeed, that's one of the reasons I called myself Abuna on the internet, because I love to listen to that brother when he talks to Abuna. You know, not only him talking to that brother Abu Said, not only that, but I love the way this brother is cool-headed and going straight to the point. You know, and that is what is happening in Nigeria. They have been killing people. They have been maiming people. It never came online, and if it does come online, YouTube has a way of taking it off immediately. Do you know in Nigeria, especially in the north, they will kidnap Christian children? Have you ever heard that?
Yes.
They will kidnap Christian children. They will indoctrinate that child, maybe as young as 4, as young as 6, and they will put this child on the internet, reciting the whole Quran, and the devil is really at work, and it's spreading its tentacles all across the globe.
So if the folks here know, Boko Haram, which is like Western education is haram, basically.
Is forbidden. Western education is forbidden.
That's based out of Nigeria, includes a lot of the Fulani people are involved in this, and they're the ones who are kidnapping children of other ethnicities. They're capturing girls who are like right around puberty to make them their rape wives, and other children to indoctrinate them. They're also burning churches with people inside, slaughtering people in villages. But it's also true that entire villages, or most of them are nomadic, but entire groups of Fulani are all together at once converting to Christianity too. That is also happening.
I will go to that. I will go to that, because
evil what they believe is, and whenever you learn real Islam, either you turn evil or you leave it. There isn't really much of anything between.
You know, there is another brother online, Ahmed ex-Muslim. How he came to Christ, he says it in his testimony that he saw this much bloodshed, and he then says, this can't be God. This can't be true God. And this is what is happening now in northern Nigeria, because the evil Islam has really taken grounds there, has really taken root there. It takes Jesus himself to go and be, revealing himself to people, to Muslims who are really looking to worship God, but they don't just know they are into the false one. There is Muhammad of Nigeria. They even made it as film. You can find it on YouTube. Muhammad was personally preached to by Jesus Christ himself in his dreams. It's in the series More Than Dreams, Muhammad of Nigeria. Now let me come back to them taking children. You know, this Muslim thing, this Islamic thing is real. And I'll tell you that Islam is just, well, you call it religion. It was masterminded, created, that they always urge to want to build as many mosques. It's not to worship God. They are the dens of rogues. This is where they recruit, the recruiting camps. All those Boko Harams, all those, they are victims of this cult. They will recruit. They will channel evil spirit. They will give them drugs. They will make them commit so much crime. And that is what they are doing in Nigeria. Now, they have taken over the north. They are now going to the east. The east is where the Igbos are. And the Igbos, till tomorrow, they are very proud people. well, not very proud, I wouldn't say very proud, but in a positive sense, put an Igbo in a desert, it will come out making it. That is who the Igbos are. Of course, many of them don't know this. They don't know what they have, the blessings they have in their lives, so they will go into crimes as well. Now, what they do now is, that is the Fulanis who are from Saudi Arabia. Fulanis are now coming out to say, we are originally from Saudi Arabia. Before, they never said that. Before, they would say we are Hausas. Hausas are the indigenous people of Nigeria in the north. Those are the ones they have taken over. They will hide their identity for so long until one man, Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu is an Igbo who bred into history, very intelligent man. He has been in prison. I don't know, they might have killed that guy. And the British were involved in his kidnapping. I don't know how they got him to Kenya. They meant to kill him in Kenya. Do you hear that in the news? No. But he was not killed. They realized, we can't kill this guy. And people have started shouting already. If you go online, you will see all his lecturing on these people. That's why I said, if you read my comment online, the Edomites, that's my own. This is the path I took. My own path led me to the Edomites. Because I realized, why should God hate Esau and love Jacob? But that's another story. Now, what they are doing in the southeast, that is where the Igbos are, who are Jews. They are the children of Eri. I guess Eri is from Solomon somewhere, I don't know. But they can trace there. Even many Jews came there. Peter Rockman, what's the name of this guy? A journalist, Jewish journalist, went with other journalists to Nigeria. You will find the clip online that we are not lost, something like that. They traced them to the part of the Jews to Nigeria. You know what the Fulanis did? They arrested them, put them in dungeon for days before they could release them. So this Islamic thing is real. Now they have gone to the east of Nigeria. They have taken over the east of Nigeria after putting Nnamdi Kanu in prison and probably wasting his life. He might come out as a zombie. People will think this is Nnamdi Kanu because I know how this thing works with them. Okay? They have really taken up, they have bought land. They have, the Igbos insisted we will never sell our land. That is against God's law. What do you think? Fulanis, you just leave them. Just leave these people. They know how to get into you. Leave them. After a while, they will infiltrate you. They will marry you. They don't marry for love. They don't marry for love. They will pamper you with money. They will marry you. They will get into you. Now they have taken over that country, and now what they did in the north, they are now doing with the Igbos. Their girls disappear. Wherever the girls might be, I don't know. Maybe they are part of those kidnapped children that you see in America that they waste their lives. That is what is happening now in my country. And as I said in my comment, my own research led me to different things. I think Sam is the one you said I should give you proof. Who was that said I should give you proof?
We don't. Yeah, let's not get into that today. It has nothing to do with
my
the
own
topic.
research
I want to keep the
led me
topic
into,
on persecution, and I thank you greatly for sharing what's going on in Nigeria on that regard. So I do have one more clip. Again, viewer discretion is advised. If you're sensitive, you may want to tune out for a couple minutes because this is probably one of the most vile individuals I have ever seen. So with that introduction, let me go ahead and play the clip. And this one's a couple minutes long.
ده كتابكم يا اولاد الشرموطه اهو. كتابكم المقدس اهو. اهو يا اخواتي الشرموطه كتابكم اهو. شايفينه؟ اهو. اهو يا اولاد الوسخ اهو. 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 اهو يا اخواتي الشرموطه اهو. عرفتوا يا اولاد الوسخه اللي احنا نقدر نعملها؟ كتابكم يا اولاد الشرموطه اهو 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 يا اخواتي الوسخه يا اولاد المره الوسخه اهو كتابكم بيولع في ايدي يا اخواتي الشرموطه. شايفين؟ هنطلع دين الهكم. وده يا اولاد الوسخه يا معرصين صليبكم المتناكب من الشرموطه سعسوع الملسوع اهو 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 اهو. شايفينه يا اولاد الوسخه؟ شايفينه يا معرصين؟ كسمكم على كسم دينكم.
انا بقول سعسوع ضعيف الجناح، سعسوع وضعيف الجناح والدنيا غدرت بيه. اخدوا الشيطان ورا الجبل عشان يلعب فيه، اخدوا الشيطان ورا الجبل وقعد يلعب فيه. انا بقول سعسوع وضعيف الجناح والدنيا غدرت بيه. اخدوا الشيطان ورا الجبل وقعد يلعب فيه، وقعد يلعب فيه. أم بعد 40 يوم، بعد 40 يوم رجع سعسوع حامل بروح القدس، حامل بروح القدس. أم أخدوا الشيطان ورا الجبل وقعد يلعب فيه. أم رجع بعد 40 يوم، 40 يوم. يا ليل يا ليل. تحياتي لكل الناس. سفر التعريس 5/6. وكتاب حياتي يا عين ما شفت ازاي كتاب الفرح فيه سطرين والباقي كله عذاب عذاب عذاب. كتاب حياتي يا عين ما شفت زيه كتاب فرحي فيه سطرين والباقي كله عذاب عذاب عذاب. كتاب حزين كله ماسك تأليف زمان غدر قاسي. كتاب حزين كله ماسي تأليف زمان غدر قاسي. الفرح سطر غلط مكتوب لما سعسوع كان يوم ناسه، كان يوم ناسه مكتوب في أول صفحاته. أدي سعسوع وادي حياته مكتوب في أول صفحاته. أدي سعسوع وادي حياته هيعيش حزين ويسيبها حزين من ظبط من وتحياته تحياته تحياته. عسبوا هم وتوتة توتة ودي نهاية الحدوتة. عسبوا هم وتوتة توتة ودي نهاية الحدوتة. بدموع عينيا وسعسوعي الدنيا راضية ومبسوطة مبسوطة. يجي الطبيب عندي احكي له، ايوه يقول سلامتك ادعي له. يجي الطبيب عندي احكي له يقول سلامتك ادعي له. ادي سعسوع وادي امه وادي الشيطان ورا الجبل اديله اديله اديله. عذاب وغم وتوتة توتة وادي سعسوع في الحدوتة. عذاب وهم وتوتة توتة وادي سعسوع في الحدوتة.
All right, so even if the subtitles were too small to read,
what is he holding in his hand, if I may ask?
He's holding a cross upside down.
Really?
Yep.
I never thought live. Just a minute. Such a disgusting guy, really. Such a disgusting guy. What is it if you compare it to what Saeed did? Nothing. And this guy, because he sit in the Turkey, you know, Turkey, yeah, in a Muslim country, is allowed for him to do everything. Nobody asked to say something, right?
You know what? God said, I exalt my word above my name. In fact, far above my name. So the arm of Israel, we invoke you tonight. Bring glory to your name. Oh.
May I say something on that? I've seen that earlier. On the one hand, it is disgusting to look at it. On the other hand, is that the way how they communicate what the Bible has written in it? I mean, is that the way that they try to make an argumentation through mockery?
Well,
Which means actually what earlier said the other guy, you don't need to use your brains, yeah? And so logic and philosophy is thrown out in the rubbish. And
yeah, that's how the devil is.
So,
it takes out the brain.
Just so you know, I learned the word sharmuta, which means like son of a prostitute, right? I learned that word because I would go into Clubhouse and listen to Salafis and other Muslims debate the finer points of Islam. And if you point out something that Ibn Taymiyyah did that was unflattering, or if you know, if you said that, oh, you don't really care about what the generations after the caliphs did, right? If you say either one of those things, you will hear quite a storm of Arabic after that. That is very colorful.
So get this, Mary. Wad says you yourself uttered obscene words in these live streams. Penis, vagina. Do you remember?
Penis and vagina are not obscene.
Hypocrite.
They're medical words.
The correct non-obscene terms for those body parts.
Really?
That is the nicest word you can use to describe the body part. And here you got Wad, who's saying that this is obscene.
Yeah, but if you talk about Islam, you must use those vulgar words. Yes, sorry.
Just a second, please. Hey, Jawad. So if these words are wrong and bad, why are they in Quran?
May I ask you something, Adam?
Yes, sir.
What is farjaha?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Why are these words are in Quran?
Yeah.
Why is Allah using?
Can you tell me what is that?
Vagina.
No, the correct word. This is the correct word. Don't worry, nobody's gonna judge you. Farjaha, what does it mean in Arabic?
We have ladies here. Please.
Don't worry. They won't say anything. Say it.
We understand, Adam. We are talking about Islam.
Exactly. They understand. So say the correct translation.
And I will still hesitant in saying that, but
okay, yeah. I will say it. You know, Mr. Jawad, you have a word in the Quran which says farjaha, which means pussy. Sorry for that word, but that's what it says. And it's in the Quran. So if you have a problem when Mary, Thaddeus, Sebastian, Lilia, Adam, or any other guy uses the medical word vagina, you have a problem with the Quran itself, not with us. Sorry to say you that thing.
And as Christopher pointed out, he has a problem with Muhammad too, because Muhammad told his companions to bite the penis of your father, and then he said, "Do not use a metaphor. Don't use another term. Use the correct term when you insult someone in this manner." That's sunnah of your prophet, that you should use the term penis. And here you are telling us we're vile for using it.
Exactly.
And how about go and suck the clitoris of the so and so? Is that not in the Islamic?
It's in the Sahih Bukhari. Suck the clitoris of Allah.
Exactly, brother Thaddeus. May I just briefly give this good news to Adam. Adam, you know, you played a clip of those choke artists trying to animate people into violence, that people are leaving Islam.
Yes.
I guess this prophecy in the Bible that I will pour out my spirit upon your children, I guess
On the
is
Jews and
taking
Gentiles together.
it,
Yep.
Jewel.
it's taking its root in Pakistan, because I went for a conference, and you know what? Pakistanis in the very hidden suburbs are coming to Christ like nothing, and they are giving them Bibles without these people even knowing. When I heard that, I just remembered all your work and every other warrior out there, and my soul was so filled with gladness. One guy said, I got saved, I know I'm saved. And they have so much faith. They have so much. If you want, I can send you that clip. They have so much faith, and they are going, the Muslims are realizing that this movement is taking place. You know what they do? Because they reduce. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is what I got from the clip, that they reduce the Christians to nothing. So if you need money, you go and borrow money from the Muslims, and they know you cannot pay it back. So what they do, they make you work. A day's work is $1.50, and you give half to your employer. The half of it is what you use to feed your family. So they are on poverty level. So when they see the Christians are now coming up, a Christian having a shop now, a Muslim went and stabbed that Christian, but he miraculously was spared. His life was spared. If you want, I can send you that clip. So I believe Pakistan is going to experience something which you call revival. They are just starting to cry, all those imams and sheikhs. Thank you for giving me that space, brother.
So with this context in mind, well, first I want to read one comment from Islam Channel USA. He says, how about how Muslims treat Muslims in the so-called Islamic region? Yeah, Muslims treat other Muslims terribly too. I don't deny that.
May I say why though? Because
yes,
they
first
see them
let's
as apostates, which means they are deserve to be killed. So it doesn't matter for them. Mr. Islam Channel, it doesn't matter for them. They will kill them, not because they are Muslims, but because they are not Muslims in their eyes. That's why they kill them.
So if you come to Pakistan, you will realize different type of sects are calling each other kafir. And when they call each other kafir, a kafir or blasphemer, because they're blasphemers.
Or a mushrik.
Mushrik or blasphemers, basically, because they exalted Muhammad more than Allah, or they exalted one of their high priests supposedly more than Muhammad, and etc., 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 so on and so forth. And that is why the Brailvis are against the Deobandis and so on and so forth. And it's just everywhere. This is how it is. They fight and they kill each other, and that's how it is.
So what we see actually, let me on that point,
guys.
On that 1 second.
Yeah,
what we see actually is that Muslims want to kill Christians and Jews, and then they will start killing each other. Oh my goodness.
Okay,
Go ahead,
so
Mary.
very quickly, the overall timeline for everything. So someone desecrates the Bible, right? And if you remember, Andrew Tate's like, aha, no one will do this to the Quran. So then people all over the world started desecrating Qurans, right? And Salwan Momek, an ex-Muslim Iraqi, burns the Quran in, what is it, Sweden?
Sweden.
And people are going, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? And shortly after, Ramzan Kadyrov, who is like the head of Chechnya, he's like the Chechnyan sub-governor, was invited Putin to Grozny to discuss this specific event in Chechnya, that people were desecrating Qurans, and Ramzan gives him a Quran in a mosque in a very formal way, like here's one, and then Putin declares that whoever desecrates the Quran in Russia will be prosecuted. So this is
Wow.
a specific event to suck up to the Muslims in response to people desecrating the Quran because of the stupid things Andrew Tate, the new Islamic prophet, said, right? And then Saeed had been a big fan of Putin because he had believed Putin's propaganda that he cared about Christians and Christianity and wanted to grow Christianity and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But then he was very disappointed. And so when he desecrated the Quran, he also criticized Putin, specifically because Putin had done this to suck up to Muslims, as well as saying that he was supporting Salwan Mamek because the teaching of, because it's so ridiculous for Muslims to be all like, oh, don't hurt our little Quran. We're going to use your Bible as toilet paper. Like, he already knew that that's what Muslims teach in their universities, in secondary school, actually, in high schools, in stuff produced by Al-Azhar University. They're teaching people to wipe their butts with a Bible if they don't happen to have toilet paper with them, right? And so this is all in context of that, is what he did. He did this in that context. And then
Correct.
and
So
then Saeed got
well,
arrested.
don't go any further, because I want to play his actual video so people can see what he did. So in the context of everything that we've already watched, everything we've discussed, so the cultural background that we discussed, the specific provocation from Muslims like this idiot saying that the devil raped Jesus and impregnated him with the Holy Spirit and whatnot, Saeed recorded this video of him with the Quran. There aren't subtitles on this, but I do have a rough translation, so I'm going to it's in two parts. I'll play the first part and then read the translation of that and then play the second part.
بابا مرة ثانية تحياتي لكم، أنا كنتم وأسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل خير من المكان اللي أنا مش عارف هو فين بصراحة. ده الخريان الكريه، كتاب المسلمين المقدس، سورة إيه دي؟ سورة المؤمنون والذين يأتون مش عارف إيه والكلام ده. وطبعا ده من المملكة العربية السعودية من بلاد النبي أبو ذرطة. ده طبعا تضامن مع الأخ البطل سلوان موميكا ومع كل اللي يعرفوا خطورة هذا الكتاب الداعش الإرهابي الذي ينبغي أن يوضع تحت الأقدام ويتضرب بالشحاطات وبالجزم القديمة. فده طبعا تضامن، وكل الزعاطيط السعسلة اللي قعدوا يتمرطوا على السويد عشان دولة بتكفل حرية التعبير وما إلى ذلك. طبعا بالنسبة اللي عمله الرئيس الروسي إن هو احتضن القرآن في داغستان، ما هو إلا سياسة عشان يضمن ولاء المسلمين الروس اللي بيحاربوا بصفوفهم بأوكرانيا، ولا ليه علاقة لا بالأرثوذكسية ولا بأي شيء، والكثيرين من الروس يرفضوا ده. فالكتاب القذر ده هو اللي دمر مجتمعاتنا وخرب أوطاننا. فهذا الكتاب الداعش الإرهابي، الكتاب ده مكانه تحت الشحاطات يوضع. لا استنى، ده مكان الكتاب، هو ده مكانه، وطبعا ليش تلاقوا اي مكانه ثانيه. ده كتاب دين محمد، سورة ايزي، سورة الانبياء. وما ارسلنا من قبلك من نبي ولا بطيخ ولا واحد اثنين ونص ثلاثة. هو هي يا بيشا، تعالت ليكم ودكتور في رعاية الله. كان معكم سعيد أبو مصطفى، محارب الله ورسوله وداعس على أمة محمد كلها. ونلتقي في فيديو أحب طبعا إيه.
Okay, so that is the first part of the video. Machine translation, and there's the music going on, so it might have missed some words, so don't yell at me if the translation is not super precise. But once again, I greet you as you were, and I wish you all the best. From this place, I don't know where I am, honestly. This is the holy book of the Muslims, the holy book of the Muslims. Surah al-Mu'minun, and those who come, I did not know what, and all that. And of course, this is from Saudi Arabia, the country of the Prophet. This is, of course, a solidarity with the hero, Salwan Momika, and with all those who know the danger of this terrorist ISIS book, who should be put underfoot and beaten with sledgehammers and old shoes. So, of course, this is solidarity. And all the zigzagging Muslims who are sitting on the fence lamenting because of the state is refusing freedom of expression, and so on. Of course, for what the Russian president did. He embraced the Quran in Dagestan, which is nothing but a policy to guarantee the loyalty of the Russian Muslims who are fighting against the Ukrainian regime. It has nothing to do with orthodoxy or anything. And many Russians reject this, as this dirty book is what is destroying our societies and destroyed our countries. So this book, the terrorist book of ISIS, this book, its place is under the sledgehammers. It's clear. No, wait. This is the place of the book. This is the status of the book. This is its position. And of course, why is it under any place? This is the book of Muhammad, the hand of the prophets. And we have not sent before you a prophet or a melon or a watermelon. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Come, your masters, and come close to God's protection. I am Saeed Abu Mustafa, fighting Allah and his messenger and ISIS and against the whole nation of Muhammad. And I will see you in another video. So it's the first part. I'll play the second part, and then I'll get the reaction from the panel.
مراعاة لمشاعر المسلمين عشان احنا في العيد وكده شمبانيا لذته للشاربين. حلو الصلاة شوية على كتاب الله. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ده تطبيقا لقول الله تعالى واتقوا ربكم في آية تانية بس ثواني. ومن ثمرات النخيل والأعناب منه شكرا ورزقا حسنا في ذلك لآيات للمؤمنين لعلهم يشربون. ندي شوية تاني لكتاب الله. ده مكانة القرآن الحقيقية وليست له أي كرامة. كتاب داعشي إرهابي جاء إلينا من شبه جزيرة المعيز حتى يفرض علينا قوانين عربية متخلفة 1400 سنة ويخلينا نعيش بيها في القرن ال21. أقول قولي هذا أستغفر الله لي ولكم ودمتم في رعاية الله. كان معكم سعيد أبو مصطفى وكان الإسلام محارب الله ورسوله وشكرا.
All right, so translation of the second part. Of course, I would like to take into account the feeling of Muslims because we are in a position to do so. Champagne for the drinkers. It's good. I put a little on the book of Allah. In the name of Allah, the merciful, the compassionate. Yes, this is an application of the saying of Allah Almighty, and his Lord gave him a pure drink. In any other way, but I am honest about this. Yes. And of the fruits of palm trees and grapes, you take from it intoxication and a good provision. Indeed, in that is a sign for the people, that they may drink. We give a little more to the book of Allah. This is the true place of the Quran. It has no dignity. A terrorist ISIS book. It came to us from the island of the goats, to impose on us Arab laws that have been outdated for 1400 years, and make us live with them in the 21st century. And I say this and ask God's forgiveness for me and you. May you stay in God's care. This is Saeed Abu Mustafa, fighter of Islam and warrior against Allah and his messenger. So again, translation might not be perfect, but that's certainly the gist of what he said.
No, actually, it's perfect.
All right. Well, thank you. Well, thank the AI, which I revised. It made some mistakes, and I revised some of those obvious mistakes. So any thoughts on this video, which is obviously a horrific act beyond anything a human being could possibly do? I mean, he destroyed 2 Qurans, in fact, because he had one, he threw it in the river, and then he had a second one.
No, that's the same Quran that he threw on the road from the bridge, and then he went down to the Quran that he threw on the bridge. The same thing. But you know, it's a response for Andrew Tate. And Abuna, you have a lot of background noise. If you are not speaking, if possible, can you please mute, Abuna?
Oh, really?
Thank you. Yes, there's like a wind noise, a lot of wind noise. So at the end of the day, it's a response to Andrew Tate, and especially a lot of things are happening in different parts of the world because of the vote banks. I think um, Russia might not have voting or something like that. I don't know about Russia whether it is they elect their electorals by the vote or not. But especially in India right now, things are moving in the Islamic towards the Islamic side because of the vote bank. And a country like India is banning a lot of our videos in India by the government's policies. Amazingly, India is a country in which Muslims attacked for 800 years. They killed them, destroyed them, made them slaves, and now India is trying to protect so-called emotions of the Muslimin. And right now there is a lot of things happening in India, in Kerala, where the girls are being taken so-called as in love, and they were taken to Syria and Afghanistan with their people for so-called holy war. Yet they are siding with them. So apparently people have lost their history, people have lost what happened in the past. People think that these humans are actually nice people, which I would say that a lot of them are, but at the end of the day, they believe in this book, and any one of them can turn at any time as soon as they start to become a nicer Muslim. That's the whole reality.
Yeah, and
And
we have
people,
to keep in mind that it isn't like Muslims in Russia are somehow different Muslims, nicer Muslims, that sort of stuff. Um, they are the same violent jihadists everywhere. Any place they can get away with it, and Russia is becoming one of those places. For example, Daniel Sisoev, I'm not sure how you say his name, but he was murdered because he had a debate about Islam and was against a Muslim and absolutely decimated the Muslim because, of course, Islam is a religion that thrives on disinformation, lies, and hearsay. And so he absolutely decimated Islam. And as a result, he was assassinated by Muslims. And, right now, Putin is adopting the policy. Let's make nice. Let's pacify. Let's suck up to these people. Let's let them terrorize others so that they will help and support me and my goals. That's what he's doing.
But I hope it's not too late for him when he then realizes these are not the kind of people you can depend on. They make use of you, they exploit you. And by the time you realize it, it's mostly too late. I saw somewhere that Putin is prophesied to die in 2023. I don't believe in that, but I just think he's going to a territory that he will regret.
Well, we said it earlier that every tyrant has used these metaphysical things to boost their morale of their people. Here we see another one that wants to boost the morale of other people, but these guys, as Abuna said, are not to be trusted because their own Quran says that they can use taqiyya, which is lie, for the advancement of their religious ideology. The words that I use, religious ideology, is because it's a political sect. It's not an actual religion. It's an ideology that is masqueraded in religion. And many people that has been bought into that, they cannot understand it unless they actually, with open heart, read the Quran in a language that they can understand it. Because if they will listen to these Arabic notes and stuff like that, it may sound okay for them, but they won't understand anything. If they read it in the language that they understand, they will see both the Quran and the Sunnah and anything that they have is a total rubbish. And where they belong is where Saeed actually has put it, under his feet. That's where those books belong. They are not books that anyone should ever, in any reasonable faction of logic, read and say it can take something good out of it. There's nothing good. I will give only one example from Sunnah of Muhammad, where he says you can dip a fly into your drink. I mean, a fly, a house fly that has 60 diseases, and you can dip it inside your drink just to take the cure. What cure does a fly have? I mean, if that guy is regarded as a prophet, I mean, what kind of stupidity, what kind of brain damage do you people have to believe that? Really? I have a niece which has any kind of, you can think of any kind of brain damage, my niece has it. She's incapable of walking, talking, or anything like that. And if she could read it, she wouldn't take it as serious either. I mean, that's how smart my niece would be. How stupid can someone be to believe in that rubbish? Really, I don't understand.
You know, brother, having experienced it in my life, what they do is to reduce you. You have no IQ. They first reduce you. They actually come in to take over your natural resources, and then they engage you with so-called religion. And before you know it, they reduce you to nothing that you are not capable to think logically. That is why in many countries where the Muslims have taken over, the minority, who are the Christians, they are the ones that are able to read. They are the ones that are able to do things logically. They have reduced the Muslims to nothing. They cannot think
Abuna,
anything. Yeah.
Let me tell you, in Saudi Arabia, all these structures that have been built, do you know what kind of people have been have been instructed how to build them? Europeans and Americans.
Europeans, exactly.
Europeans and Americans. I mean,
yes.
Only that example speaks volumes of what kind of populace you have in your country. If you cannot rely on your populace to build something for your country, I mean, how are you going to advance? And Saeed has done a very good job showing that this book is just
So after so he has been doing a great job exposing people, and after he did that, the Chechnyans threw a fit because, of course, the Chechnyans wanted this rule specifically to protect the Quran. It is not about protecting everyone. It's not about equality or anything else. It's about feelings of Muslims, right? That's the only reason that this law was declared. It was to protect the feelings of delicate little Muslims, right?
Yeah, so I actually have some news stories.
Not the Quran. They are the victims. Yeah, okay.
So then Saeed got arrested, and then he's being held, guys. I've heard a rumor that some people think that he's got a 2-month sentence. No, he's being held, period, for 2 months to give Muslim Islamic lawyers from Islamic special interest groups time to make up new charges and come up using the law creatively to prosecute him with whatever that they can imagine and come up with. Okay, so that's what the 2 months are for, and it's apparently in Russia, people with special interests can go and try to come up with things to prosecute people for in criminal law. Apparently, it's not like here. So where that would be a civil matter, right? It would only be you versus the state, but working with the state, special Muslim lawyers are coming through and trying to determine other things that he can be charged with.
So I pulled up this clip that someone shared.
They are going to try and use Sharia in a secular country.
Well, that is if he remains in that secular country. That's why we have to come together and pray. I see stealthily, subtly, they are persecuting Christians. You know, the one that happened in Sweden. What did the Ayatollah, whatever his name is from Iran, said? He accused the Jews, combined the Christians with the Jews, and first lying. He would divide and rule. First lying to the Christians. We Christians and the Muslims will not have problems with each other, but the Jews. And they went in front of the Jewish embassy in Sweden and burned the Torah and the whatever there. You know, so I can see things are coming together. Those people are so wise. Things are coming together. If we don't come together, the church doesn't man up as the church. These people will have their way because they have infiltrated really badly.
All right. So when it comes to what Quran teaches, Saeed was absolutely correct. I'm gonna show you what a adult father is teaching his young kid according to Quran in Pakistan. This is a video that I've shown in my YouTube channel multiple times in the past. Like it's a 3 years old video, but every time I play it, I get shivering. Why? Because you got to read the subtitles. This is how you teach the children from a very young age about the blasphemy laws.
من سب نبيا من سب نبيا من سب نبيا देखो देखो कौन आया देखो देखो कौन आया.
This is a reality. This is a reality. And this guy actually put it up on his own Facebook. Look, we are ready to kill if anybody says anything wrong about Muhammad. Our kids are ready to kill if you say anything wrong about Muhammad. Man sabka nabiyyan faqtulu. Whoever curses our prophet will kill him. Simple. But this is why these terrorist organizations are doing exactly what they're supposed to do.
So I have some news stories. Yeah, I want to go through a couple of news stories just to demonstrate that this isn't just speculation or whatever, that this is actually what is being reported in the media. So you'll see the Russian, just so I'm not accused of making something up, and then we'll switch to an English translation. So this is one of the first news stories, and I think you'll see a change in tone in these stories over time. The Assembly of the Peoples of Russia reacted to the case of burning the Quran in Ulyanovsk. According to the preliminary version, the provocator was an Egyptian citizen, Saeed Abu Mustafa, who desecrated the holy book on July 1st. So I don't think he actually burned the Quran. A lot of the stories confuse and say that he did, but I've seen no evidence of that, and none of the best sources say that either. So then you got a statement from a public official. I want to draw attention to the increasingly sophisticated nature of the provocative actions of those forces whose goal is to sow mistrust and discord among Russians. When covering this criminal episode, the authors deliberately focused on the fact that the blasphemer is a Christian. It is obvious that such a position also carries a destructive context. So they're kind of putting emphasis on, why are you making a big deal about him being a Christian? Are you trying to inflame people with that fact? And then the representative said, asked people not to make any hasty conclusions in their material on this topic and to assess what happened. So that's one of the very first news stories. And now we go a few days later. And again, I start with the Russian and then get a rough translation. So again, a 28-year-old Egyptian was detained who trampled on the camera. I think that should say Quran and throughout the Quran. A criminal case was opened against him under articles of hooliganism and insulting the feelings of believers. Those aren't the technical names of the charges. We'll get to those later. And searches are being carried out in his house. According to the official version, so this links to a police website, on July 1st, the detainee came to the bridge across such and such river and recorded a video in which he doused the Quran with champagne, drank the rest, then trampled on the sacred book for Muslims and threw it into the water. And then the video was posted online. And then they point out a number of other incidents that have taken place in Russia in recent times. They put the Swedish Quran burning first, but then the rest of these, I believe, are related to Russia. A local resident was detained who on the night of July 2nd burned 20 editions of the Quran in a mosque. In May, the Quran was burned outside a mosque. In April, a criminal case was opened after video of burning the Quran near White Lake. In January, a far-right Danish politician, blah, 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 burned the Quran 3 times over 10 days. So Paulden said that the sacred book of Muslims is burning through the fault of Chechnya and its leader, who, as well as the Swedish-born UFC fighter who called Paladin a terrorist after the first burning of the Quran. So you see all these background incidents. They're all about burning the Quran, and then this incident takes place. Let me just check my notes here to make sure I do these in the right order. And then here's an official statement from the church. I don't know the exact organization involved, but it's an official statement. Oh, there we go. Of a particular diocese, right? The video recording of the event took place. Mockery of the holy book of Muslims, the Quran. It cannot be perceived otherwise than with bitterness and indignation. The Orthodox Church does not accept any actions and statements aimed at insulting the faith, desecrating the sacred books and religious symbols of the traditional religions of Russia. That's interesting. I wonder how traditional the Muslim invasion of Russia was. But anyway, we express our words of support for the Muslims for whom such an action is blasphemous and insulting to the feelings. We hope that this act will be given due qualification by law enforcement agencies. With regard to the person identified by law enforcement agencies as Egyptian citizen Saeed Abu Mustafa and his photographs in Orthodox Church, which he posted on the internet, we would like to emphasize the following. There are many foreign students, Christians of various denominations. Many of them study in the medical facility, which is located in close proximity to the church. These students often go to the cathedral, take pictures, etc. We welcome guests. Our churches are open to anyone. As we can see from the photographs, he went to the cathedral and other churches, but he was not a permanent parishioner of any church in the diocese. That he did not regularly attend church. So they're kind of throwing him under the bus, saying, he's not a real Christian.
Lie. Just so everybody knows, this is a complete lie. This is Putin's fake puppet church, which is apostatizing and becoming not a church because of its actions, right? At the instruction of Putin, is denying someone who did faithfully go, and is saying, oh, well, he's not really an Orthodox Christian. So don't get upset, Christians. He's not really a Christian. He just sort of said he was. He just went into the cathedral to take pictures. So yes, they are Judases, every single one of them, and they will answer.
That was kind of my point, that this is clearly propaganda, but you can see how the story is developing, right? At first, they're like, keep calm. And then as pressure is being put on, all of a sudden, you got these official propaganda statements. The news articles are changing their tone. And then we come to this article, which is very telling. That's about a week later, okay? Russian Muslims are calling for a native of Egypt, Saeed Abu Mustafa, who is accused of public desecration of the Quran, to be prosecuted, not for desecrating the Quran, for insulting Russian President Vladimir Putin. So they weren't going to do anything, right? They were just going to kind of let it blow over, just like the previous incidents of desecrating the Quran. And then Muslims get really offended by this particular incident probably because Saeed has a substantial following on social media. They raise a stink about it. And what do they appeal to? They appeal to him insulting Putin, not desecrating the Quran, but insulting Putin is what they want him arrested for. Interesting. Very interesting.
Because Putin is their new prophet.
Yeah, I mean that's why he loves Islam, because like I said, he wants to be the caliph. He wants something like this.
And then I have the video. So that one that said the official version, I have the video of that. Again, no subtitles, but I do have a translation, which I will read afterwards. It's only about a minute long. Oop, hold on. I did not share that right. You wouldn't have heard anything.
В сети интернет появилось видео, на котором мужчина осквернил своими действиями Коран, а также высказывался негативно в отношении религии ислам. В результате проведенных оперативно-розыскных мероприятий сотрудниками Центра по противодействию экстремизму в МВД России по Ульяновской области совместно с УФСБ России по Ульяновской области гражданин был установлен и задержан. Им оказался уроженец Арабской Республики Египет 1995 года рождения. Свои действия он совершил на территории города Ульяновска.
Когда он снял то самое видео?
انت حضرت القرآن؟ انت دوست على القرآن؟ من 3 أيام.
3 дня назад. Зачем он это сделал? Это была просто реакция.
Ульяновским следственным комитетом во взаимодействии с региональными управлениями ФСБ и МВД установлен и задержан 28-летний гражданин иностранного государства. 1 июля на пешеходном мосту через реку Свияга он совершил публичные действия в целях оскорбления религиозных чувств верующих, растоптал Коран, выбросил его в реку и облил алкогольным напитком. При этом он фиксировал свои действия на видеозапись, которую в последующем опубликовал в сети интернет. Следователь Следственного комитета будет ходатайствовать об избрании в отношении подозреваемого меры пресечения в виде заключения под стражу. В рамках уголовного дела проведены обыски по месту жительства подозреваемого.
All right, so the rough translation of the statement. There was a video on the internet in which a man defamed the Quran and spoke negatively about the religion of Islam. As a result of the operative search operations conducted by employees of the Center for Counter-Extremism in the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Russia in the Ulansk region, together with the Federal Security Service of Russia in the Ulansk region, the citizen was identified and detained, and the cat turned off my monitor. Is not part of the text. Give it a second, it has to turn back on. Together, let's see. The citizen was identified and detained. The man was a native of the Arab Republic of Egypt, born in 1995. He made his actions in the territory of the city of Olensk. And then it switches to the very brief clip of the questioning. When did you make the Quran video? 3 days ago. Why did you do that? It was just a reaction. The Ulansk Investigatory Committee, in cooperation with the regional departments of the Federal Security Service of Russia and the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Russia, identified and detained a 28-year-old citizen of the foreign state. On July 1st, on a pedestrian bridge across the Sivyak River, he made public actions in order to insult the religious feelings of believers. He trampled the Quran, threw it in the river, and poured it with an alcoholic drink. At the same time, he recorded his actions on a video that he subsequently published on the internet. The investigator of the investigative committee will be required to issue a warrant for the suspect in the form of a warrant for custody. A search of the suspect's residence was carried out as part of the criminal case. So that concludes the statement there. And you see that the official charge, right, is to insult the religious feelings of believers. And then I didn't say in this one, but the other one was kind of like disturbing the peace type charge. So those are the two things that he is officially charged with.
Why don't Putin open this book and look how he is insulting the Christian in the book?
He doesn't care. It's not what he wants. He wants total submission. He likes that. That's what he wants. That's what Mary said earlier. He wants to be a caliph. That's his mission, how to say it, because he wants to use the Muslims against Ukraine. That's
And they are
his
using
goal.
him.
Come
They are
again?
using him. But they are using him without realizing.
Well,
Eventually, they will send him to Israel to go and get his army killed there.
yeah, the thing is that the whole problem with that is if they will still be alive. Because you see, as I said earlier, this isn't like you have a sword and you go and with, I don't know, killing a couple of people and then be killed. It's not like that. They can shoot you from afar. There are rockets that are used. There are aeroplanes, tanks. I mean, it is devastating what can be done. With one rocket, you can kill hundreds of thousands of people. Okay, it's not like you are going to, how to say it, to send 10 people to kill another 10 people. It's not like that anymore. This is not going to be just a simple war. This is devastation. This is murder from both sides.
But
It's
how can we come
so
together
bad.
as a group to make an influence? Because we have been quiet for too long. How can we make our dissatisfaction known to Putin, to the world?
Abuna, you have to understand, all that is actually what the West has allowed to happen. Because there are people like Thaddeus, can you name 2-3 people that were talking about it since 2005? One was David Hood, that was for sure, but there are like a woman that came out of Saudi Arabia. I don't, Hirshi, something like that. Hirshi is her name. And
Yeah,
another guy.
Gabriel from Lebanon.
Yes, and another guy that wrote the book
Ayan
about
Hirsi
this.
Ali.
Yeah, Ayan Hirsi. Yes, exactly. Those guys. They were speaking, they were talking about it. And what the West has been doing, they were shutting them down. They were calling them names.
Yes and no. Yes and no, because the message
I mean,
is a lot more prominent today than it was 15 years ago. In other words, our efforts are not meaningless. They do have an effect. You know, we might also be fighting against the culture, the media, however you want to put it, but that doesn't mean we're not having an effect. And I think that a lot of times we can get very pessimistic, right? We can say that people are against us, they're trying to shut us down, whatever. But the reason they're doing that is because it's having an effect. It is working.
Yeah,
There
it
is a
does.
reason people are leaving Islam.
Yeah, it does. It does have an effect. I'm not saying it
So
doesn't have.
that kind of puts what into perspective what needs to happen now. What needs to happen now is everyone who's watching this needs to make social media posts tagging any kind of Russian representative saying, why is this happening? Why do you pretend to be a Christian country when you're really pro-jihadi? Why do you guys hate Christians so much? Why is this happening? And take the stance that this shows that they love Muslims and hate Christians, and that they are persecuting a Christian to make Muslims happy, because that's really what's happening here. That and Putin's feelings are hurt. He's butthurt again because he's an arrogant dictator and can't stand anyone criticizing him. But amplify this, get your friends to amplify it, post as much as you can, let people know about it, create a stir. And we should probably have a hashtag, free Zaid. Should be fine.
But on a serious note, is Russia a Christian country? There are many.
Well, the thing is that they came from, the people who are running it were running it when it was the USSR, which was officially atheist. So there are Christians in Russia. There are many Christians in Russia still who have survived. Their faith has survived the time of Soviet Russia, but the people at the top aren't. They consider other people to be useful idiots, just like in the US, our leaders have been for a long time these sort of international vague deist sort of pseudo whatever types, and not truly Christian. They don't have a conviction of Christianity and want to manipulate the world for their benefit in that way. So if you guys can please, but the thing is, they want to project the image that they're Christian. That's what matters. They don't want to be called out. They want the West to believe that they're Christian, especially Americans. And if Americans understand that they're not, then we need to amplify this. Okay?
There are many Christians came out after the fall of the wall, I think it was. They brought many, they took many German Russians because of their faith. If they tell you what they went through in Russia, the kind of treatment, how they locked them up. They even made films about it, that Christians really didn't have a chance to survive in Russia. So however Russia now became Christian, even though the people in the masses, they still retain their faith, I wouldn't call the whole nation Christian nation, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, the people up top running it certainly weren't. You can't be in the KGB, couldn't be in the KGB then doing the things that they were doing and have any sort of Christian faith. And I don't think that they suddenly all had this come to Jesus moment where all of a sudden they all got faith again, right? Didn't happen. They want to use Christianity for what it can't be used for. You can't use Christianity as a tool of the state because it is a faith. It is not an orthopraxis system the way Islam is. Islam is a system. It's a deen. Islam is deen. It's not iman. They'll talk about iman, but iman is faith is something that you use to reach deen, which is the practice, the law, the system of religion.
May I say something? Russia, I mean the politician of Russia and the church together, they are going against what Jesus said. He said, give to Caesar what for Caesar is and give to God what for God is. They are walking against what Jesus said.
Yeah, that's why I said.
Because instead they're saying, oh, it's fine for Caesar. Literally, Kaiser was a title of the Russian monarchy, right? They're saying that, oh, Kaiser should basically own the church and own God and direct God, when rather God, the things of God are independent of the things of the state. And the state, if it is a good state, would serve God and not the reverse. The church should never serve the state, ever.
Exactly.
Welcome back, Thaddeus.
Thaddeus, can you look at the private chat? I think Sebastian is muted for some reason.
Actually, it's not me. I think it's Safi.
But she dropped at some point, and I didn't notice.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, good. Sweet. Thank you.
Did you want to say something?
Did you want to add anything to?
I just want to say something quick. Okay, let's say they got Saeed, so to stop the hate rate, all right? And Saeed is just a man. So how come the Russian they don't know they don't know about the Quran, that book, which their God in that book, they teach him to kill non-Muslim. How come the law in Russia, they don't stop this book, where the parents of any Muslim kids, they raise their kids to learn that Allah, their God, ask them to kill non-Muslim? This is the question. And again, we see what happened, reaction from the countries like Turkey and other countries, Muslim countries, about what happened in Sweden with Salwan, how come they have and they accept Muslim people in their own country, even in the United States, that they go and they insult Christianity and they insult the Holy Bible and they insult Jesus Christ, and no one talk about that? I mean, all right, I understand the Muslim, they got hurt, their feelings got hurt, but the Muslims, they have to understand that anything comes as a reaction, it's because of the Muslims' fault, because we don't have this mentality in Christianity to insult other people. The time Muhammad in Islam teach to insult others. So this is what they have to talk about. You know, that's the thing they have to discuss in the politics, Russian statements, which is honestly, it's really disgusting that a president saying that he's a Christian and he's the head of the church, and he accept the book who asked to kill Christians, and he just put a real Christian person who obviously what he did, he wasn't Muslim, he is an ex-Muslim, all right? So it didn't come from a normal Christian, it came from someone, he was Muslim, and actually he stepped on the book that asked to kill him because he left Islam.
Can I just add something, Sebastian?
That's why we said Putin will do everything now to survive.
3 years ago, I discussed.
A second.
Yeah,
go ahead,
go on.
Sophie.
All right. I don't know if Sebastian or Lillian knows this, but speaking to Saeed approximately 3 years ago about what he's doing, and I was just curious about the church's stand on this, and he was saying to me that the Russian Orthodox Church were encouraging this, and he's following in the footsteps of a character, a priest that they had, which was fighting Islam, which was a priest of the Russian Orthodox Church, and he was killed. They were the one encouraging him all these years. Saeed isn't something new. Saeed's been around for a very long time. The church knows what he's doing a very long time. As you can see, he's not just visiting church. He's not going to a casual mass. Okay, I'm sure the photos displayed that. They wouldn't let him have communion there if he wasn't Russian Orthodox. Right or wrong?
Yeah, they do not have open communion, just to be clear.
True.
For everyone else. So
Absolutely.
there are some places that have open communion. So like if you go to my church, if you have been baptized, believe in the triune God, you can take communion with everyone else, right? But in Russian Orthodoxy or in Eastern Orthodoxy, if you have not been baptized into an Eastern Orthodox church, so even Coptic doesn't count.
Yeah,
right.
We can't go have communion there.
Right.
You have to be Russian Orthodox.
Yes, exactly.
So even though he started in Coptic Orthodoxy, right, in Oriental Orthodoxy, he got baptized. He had to be baptized in Russia. Period.
No, he was Baptist. He was never a Coptic. They were in the Coptics couldn't baptize.
Oh yeah, because they can't, because they'll get their church destroyed. So
exactly.
Yeah, so. And of course, we saw the pictures of the baptism. I was going to say that proves that it had to happen in Russia, but it's more than that. They won't even baptize a Muslim there because otherwise their church will get shut down, because Islam is the religion of disgusting Jesus haters. That's basically it. Your enemies of
May I say
Christ,
something?
your enemies of decency, your enemies of everything that's good. And so that's one of the rules that they imposed.
Hello.
Yeah, can hear you.
Okay.
Yes.
I wanted to say that Abuna couldn't hear what Sophie had to say. Sophia, sorry. And I think that Abuna has to rebound because she couldn't hear Sophia. That's all
it was quiet for like 1 minute, and I was
we can't hear her.
Wondering what's going on.
You see, those two cannot hear each other, so
yeah, that's funny.
I think Abuna has to rebound. How to say it? Go out and come back in. That's what I mean.
Okay.
And
how do I go out?
I can hear you now.
Oh,
I can hear you too.
Oh, it fixed itself. There you go.
Wonderful. You see, Christ is salvation.
I I mean, Abuna, I was just saying, the Russian Orthodox Church is very well aware of what Saeed does, and so is all their police. It's not the first time he's been attacked multiple times, and we've seen it on lives, in TikToks, and the police coming to assist him and everything. And they've said to him, and the church, the Russian Orthodox Church, has said to him, as long as you are talking from their books, go ahead. They've encouraged him. And now they're coming and washing their hands out of it and saying he casually comes. No. Let me tell you, he has to get permission when he's filming the Metropolitan. These have been televised. Go to he's got multiple accounts. Saidovic.kerel. He's televising and he's going to kiss the Metropolitan's hand, and he's had permission to do so. They know exactly what he does. The church is the one that assisted him in issuing his protection visa, his asylum, to stay in Russia. So their propaganda that they've released, it's, excuse my French, load of bullshit. Nothing short of it.
Shaki, may I ask you something? Didn't Saeed have a priestly rank in the church as he is a deacon or not?
That's correct. He's a deacon of the Russian Orthodox Church. And let me tell you something else. His last trip to Moscow, they tried to convince him to become a priest and marry a Russian, and let's call it evens. And he refused because he started seeing what they're standing for. When things started to change and the things that Putin is doing and the things that are happening, that goes to the, what's that word that he uses where he calls them zemmi? What's the English translation for a zemmi?
It's just Demi. We don't have that concept of a subclass of people who are oppressed that has a particular word in the English language, because it is a concept of Islam. But we say dhimmi usually, even though it's more dhimmi or zimmi, right? Yeah. But we say dhimmi is what we call it.
Yes, dhimmi, yeah.
I think towards the end, he couldn't get his head around why they've supported him, advocated for him, went along this whole journey with him, only to turn around and backtrack and say, oh, no. We respect this book. Does that make sense? It's a bit of a contradiction that he was, in the last few weeks, he was trying to get his head around.
I can tell you how Eastern Orthodoxies are working, because I lived in Greece and we have Eastern Orthodox there. I can tell you how they are working. They have to work what the government is telling them. They have to do it. Otherwise, they will lose a lot of income from the government. Because they get a lot of money from the government. A lot. The faith, the people of the faith, they will give, let's say, €1 per visit, but that visit will be like every Christmas and every
they make money.
Passover or something like that. They don't go every Sunday. There are very much less people going every Sunday to these churches than in Pentecostal churches, for example. So they have to get somehow money to preserve all these temples, and the governments of the Eastern Orthodoxies are giving those money. So when a pope is getting, for example, a pension, is a governmental pension. But what they did just service. I mean, they shouldn't even get that thing. That's what I mean. And that's why they are obliged to do what the government tells them to do. So what Thaddeus showed earlier with this Russian church is actually a government propaganda and not a church propaganda. Because if it would be a real, church, they wouldn't say something like that. They might be even going out in the streets and start, not rebelling against, but at least, advocating for the release of Saeed from the moment he was
Absolutely.
getting arrested.
Absolutely.
Not even
Absolutely.
a
And
second later, you know.
yeah, absolutely. And one of the last conversations that he had precisely a few days before he got arrested was with the local priest, and he had come over and he saw the picture of, he's got Pope Corellus, which is a Coptic Pope, in his house, and he's like, remove this picture of this kafir. So what difference is that of a church now? You know, how is it any different to a Muslim? So it's a Christian calling another Christian a kafir.
This is, yeah, that's what they do, the Eastern Orthodoxes. Actually, I can tell you stories upon stories about these things in Mount Athos and stuff like that. They call each other like Islamists are call each other like you're a kafir, you're a mushrik, but in Greek, you know, that they are not the true believers or something like that. In some places, especially in Mount Athos, they have been cut them from electricity just because they wouldn't go with the rest of the community within this place, you know. It's crazy. It's crazy. They are very passionate, but the way they show their passion, it's not in the correct place. I mean, it's just not.
Well, we all saw Pope Longin's, Metropolitan Longin's reaction to me. I wrote to him. I introduced myself. I said, I am Orthodox, but I am Coptic. I go, I'm coming to you as a father of the church, a man of God. My message was completely respectful, and he thought the right way to deal with it is to block me. Not from one account, but two accounts.
Because Sophia, because the Eastern Orthodox Church do not recognize the Coptic Church. They will recognize the Eastern Greek Church,
and that's
but
fine.
not the Coptic Church. Yeah.
And that's
if
fine.
you would
That's
say,
different
Sophia,
Yeah.
if you would say, I am from the Greek Church from somewhere in Greece, okay, and I'm the Pope, and I would like to know furthermore about this person that your government has arrested. Could you tell me some things more that you could help me
but
with?
I'm not scrutinizing the fact that he's from the church. What I'm scrutinizing is the level of respect or humanity from a man that is labeled a man of God.
Yes, the thing is that I know what you want to do, but the thing is that they will not answer to someone they believe they are apostates from the faith. They don't have to answer. You know what? It's like trying a Sunni trying to talk to a Shia or something like that.
Yeah, but I've never encountered this issue. In where I live, we do not have Coptic.
You will not. Yes,
yeah,
you will
we
not.
don't have Coptic religion in school, so automatically our children, they go to the Greek Orthodox Church, and the Greek Orthodox Church here has an open policy to any Coptic to come and attend, and so do we.
Yes, because it's outside of Greece. Yeah, if it was inside Greece, you as a Pentecostal have no, how to say it, you can't come into this place.
I don't think it's about that. I think the church in Russia actually they got a straight message from the government to not support Saeed case. That's the thing.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely all it's about. And this side discussion about division within Christianity, I don't think is productive in any way. So I do want to get back to...
Is it me or Mary vanished from her camera?
Yeah, she vanished. She said that she was getting some food or water.
But you know what I'd love to send you? I'd love to send you the video, which was televised on Russian TV approximately 3-4 years ago, where it's the Russian Orthodox Church obtaining him the protection that he was after in Russia, and it was them in the video.
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to see that video. So I did have one more news article I wanted to read. I saved this one for last because I think it's the best of the news articles. It's a very good summary. I'm going to post this link for anyone who wants to share a news article, because, in the society that we live in today, for better or worse, people sometimes just tend to make stuff up and not go based off actual reliable information. So if you do want to encourage, if people aren't believing you when you're talking about this or whatever, this is probably the news article I would send them to. Yes, it's in Russian, but machine translation works pretty well these days. The Quran was desecrated again. Oh, how sad. Russian response will be tough. And the Volga region, Egyptian name Saeed Abu.
It doesn't say tough, actually. It says strong. Жесткий means strong. Sorry, but I can read Russian.
Same idea. Egyptian names Saeed Abu Mustafa sneered at the holy book of Muslims. Moreover, this was done shortly after the Quran was burned near a mosque in Stockholm by a native Iraqi Salwan Mamika. So you got the V here because it's a machine translation, but it's really W. Is noteworthy that the same Saeed defiantly positioned himself as a Christian visiting Orthodox churches. Video circulated on the web in which a certain man of Oriental appearance dressed in a cassock mocks the Quran under or comments in Arabic. First, he holds a lit cigarette in one hand and the book in the other. I'm here in solidarity, support hero brother Salwan Mamik. I'm with everyone who knows the danger of this terrorist ISIS book, which must be thrown at the feet and trampled on with old boots. I agree. Then, after another series of statements, he throws the Quran on the pavement, tramples on it, picks it up, and throws it off the bridge. After a short pause, the man reappears in the frame, already with a bottle of champagne, sips and pours sparkling wine on the holy book lying on the ground, or the unholy book. He does not hide his face and is clearly playing it for the camera, showing the deliberateness of his actions with all his appearance. Actually, this is why it's possible to quickly figure out the identity of the author. Well, he says his name in it. Come on, people. And you should pay attention to some details. Saeed has pages on social networks, including, I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's the official Russian social media company. But more publications on Facebook and Instagram, which are banned in Russia. Here in Russia, we don't allow you to use Facebook. Come on. As well as on YouTube hosting. This is a reference point, let's note, as if in passing, is not for the consumer in Russia, but specifically for the Western public. There, the Egyptian has photographs defiantly indicating his Christian affiliation. On one, he puts a candle in the church, and the other, he poses near the altar. The third, he kneels during service, and the fourth, he depicted against background of icons. Yeah, he attends church. Shocking, I'm sure. Let's see. It's worth highlighting the following point. Literally a day before the video of the Egyptian appeared, a similar blasphemy occurred in Sweden. We know all about that. Moreover, everything was done, firstly, with the official permission of the Swedish police, and second, absolutely defiantly under the guns of video and camera of several dozen journalists invited to the scene. So in other words, it was completely legitimate, even though you're trying to say that it wasn't. Let's see. It is important to note that the mockery of the Quran and Olensk happened almost immediately after President Vladimir Putin's trip to Derbent, where he sharply condemned what happened in Stockholm, and the Egyptian draws attention to this. Indeed, he does. What the president of Russia did when he accepted the gift and embraced the Quran in Dagestan is just a policy to guarantee loyalty to the Russian military who are fighting in Ukraine. Such an act has nothing to do with orthodoxy. Absolutely correct. Absolutely nailed it. A number of Muslim internet sources calling for leaving the incident in the Volga region without attention to law enforcement officers, a very dangerous narrative, is now being dispersed. They directly emphasize that both blasphemers belong to the Christian faith, although, of course, no Christian in their right mind, anything like that ever won't do it. Okay, so I guess I'm not in my right mind. Sorry, everyone, I'm not in my right mind because I absolutely support what happened. By the way, for some reason, and this is why I think this is the best article, no one really remembers another emergency that happened in the Orthodox Church of the Nativity 2 weeks ago in Krasnoyarsk, when an allegedly Orthodox Muslim on Eid al-Adha dragged the muddied remains to a sacred place in the Orthodox and scattered them there, shouting all sorts of offensive words against Orthodoxy. And the chairman of the Spiritual Assembly of Muslims of Russia called such behavior unworthy of a real Muslim and a cheap production behind which there are foreign distractive elements, and also noted the Bulyar should be sent to serve his term. then State Duma deputy generally urged us to ignore this. So you get the Muslim puppet, right, saying that the Muslim who desecrated a church deserves to be punished. And then the government steps in and they say, let's ignore it. Whoever wants to be offended will always be offended, but it is worth considering the actions of poorly educated individuals. To regard this action as an attempt to offend the feelings of Orthodox believers is absolutely wrong. I'm sure that among Muslims, his actions will be condemned, and the diaspora in which he was native will immediately regulate this process.
And
That's fascinating. That going into a church and desecrating it is not intended to hurt anyone's feelings. Amazing. And I'm sure that all the Muslims will condemn it. But you see, this is what they would have done with Saeed if the Muslims hadn't raised a stink. They would have just said, you know, people who want to be offended will be offended. Let's just move on. But they couldn't do that because the Muslims raised a stink, and Putin needs the Muslim armies to help him in his pathetic war.
Right. Keep in mind that
Were you trying to say something, Mary?
Yeah. Can you hear me? Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep in mind.
Yeah, it's a little quiet, but we can hear you.
Weird. Keep in mind that you can that this was going into a church and destroying someone else's property, and it got waved off. He wasn't even punished in the same way that someone would be punished if they had messed up a gas station and it was waved off. So this wasn't even treated like property.
So no one's feelings got hurt.
Yeah. Because no one's feelings got hurt.
That's the main thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But those weak, pathetic, small-minded, man-worshipping Mohammedans cry and cry when somebody touches their poor little Quran. Oh, poor me. Where? Mommy, Putin, are you going to do something for me? Please. You have to, because we're killing all those people for you. That's really what's happening.
Yeah, scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
So just to highlight a couple more things in this article, but the abomination took place with mockery of the Quran has already begun to be used by enemies just for the sake of inciting interreligious hatred. This is something to think about, right? So they're saying Muslim did it, as Mary kind of implied. He's just a stupid, ignorant fool. We can ignore him. But when the Christian does it, well, now we got to consider what to do about this. And finally, according to our information at present, the security forces are already conducting an investigation to what happened in Olensk and will give a proper legal assessment, probably with bringing the defiant to criminal liability under the relevant article of the Criminal Code. One last thing to share, there is actually a CCTV, closed circuit TV, security camera basically, video of the Muslim desecrating the church. So I'll go ahead and pull that up. There's no audio, obviously. It's just a closed circuit TV, so there won't be any audio to it. But you can see him, and then I have the one and only news article, right? There's hundreds of news articles on Saeed. I could only find one news article on this incident. You can't really tell. You can kind of tell from the video. You kind of can't that he's there. He dropped animal on the animal carcass on the ground, was spreading it around, and then someone comes in and basically says, "What are you doing? Stop that!" And then he starts yelling obscenities at him, as the news article makes clear. So let me share that real quick, and then I will be done with what I have to share. Oop, I forgot to add it to the screen. Oh, no, I didn't. Never mind. I did add it. Okay, cool. He promised to take revenge. A man burst into the temple and threw a ram's head there. He spoke about the Russian actions in the Chechen war. So you can see the animal head that he threw on the ground. A Krasnoyarsk citizen dragged a ram's head into the Church of the Nativity on June 28th. So this is, I believe, 3 days before Saeed. They said during the evening service, a man came to the temple with a package, pulled out a head and other remains of ram, and threw it on the floor. The man was, quote unquote, presumably a migrant, the temple notes, and is believed that these were parts of the sacrificial animals that he had left after Eid. During the visit, the man shouted out claims about Russian military operations in Chechnya and Ukraine, and also right in public of the temple. The National Guard and police were called to the scene. The rector of the Church of the Nativity of Christ, Maxim Somyakov, specified to NGS 24, so that's the website, that the man was turned on Islamic, presumably extremist music and threatened parishioners. He said that he came to avenge a certain girl for the war in Chechnya, Russia, in Chechnya against the Russian Orthodox is probably what that's supposed to say. Sacred people, especially our employees. There were adult parishioners in the temple who took him out. The Russian guard arrived and the police. He fought with them and resisted during the arrest, and they pacified him. As a result, the man was arrested. Physically, according to the abbot, no one was hurt. The remains of the ram were taken away as material evidence. And an investigation has supposedly been opened. But this incident, where he literally threatened people's lives, like he came in saying that he was going to kill people over the Russian aggression in Chechnya and in Ukraine, clearly speaking against the government, threatening to kill people, and it just kind of goes unnoticed because Putin doesn't want to provoke the Muslims. He wants to curry their favor. So this is ignored, and Saeed is punished severely.
Can I say something? You know what's the problem of Muslims? They are afraid too much from people leaving Islam and talking about Islam because they know everything what's in Islam. That's their problem. If a Christian talk, it's not so, dangerous for Islam. But if somebody leaving Islam, and know everything about Islam and talking, that's their problem.
Absolutely. And like when things are, translated into English, especially, say the word loses its meaning. Becomes such a nice word rather than what the truthful meaning of it is in Arabic.
Absolutely. And it's very interesting, right? We had some Muslims in the chat today. I did not see one of them willing to engage on the topic. They all wanted to distract. They all wanted to call me names. Not one of them wanted to engage on the topic. So Clay said, did she say that the Muslims scratch my back and I'll stab yours? I don't think that was said, but I think that's much better than I scratch your back, you scratch mine, right? You scratch my back, I'll stab your back. The Muslim way.
Yeah, funny and sad at the same time.
Indeed. Yeah, it's exactly as you put, right? It's
within
sad
a
because
week,
it's true.
Within a week, we've seen the double standards of the Russian government. Yeah, the one guy came in, said a lot of bad things, and that he threatened as well, and he goes free. The other guy didn't even threaten anybody, didn't say anything bad against the government or anybody. He just threw a book into the wilderness or wherever and poured some champagne on another book or on the same book. Regardless, he gets to jail. That book is his. He didn't go into somebody's house. You know what I mean? It's like, how is that even similar? Why is that the one guy in jail for doing absolutely nothing wrong, and the other guy who went into a building to desecrate the building and threaten the people that are inside, calling names and stuff like that, nothing happened to him. I mean, that's astonishing, actually. That's how can they live with such double standards there?
Exactly. So I did have a super chat. It was a while ago from Sarah.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Sarah says, thank you for doing what you do. And thank you, Sarah, for your donation and for watching. So we'll close out here in a bit, but I do want to talk a little bit more about what people can do to help. I think that the most important, so before the stream started, when no one knew the exact content that we'd be talking about, someone asked me a question like, are Christian apologists going to team up and fight Russian injustice or Russian aggression or something, right? It was a very generic comment. It didn't really have anything to do with Saeed. And I said to him that I will fight the same way I always fight, with my words. And I think spreading awareness is really the answer. Muslims would say that, or Muhammad, I should say, would say that you use your fist. And if you're too weak to use your fist, then you use your words. And I would say that the real strength is the person who uses their words. Violence does not solve anything. Not that I think that we could, but if we could incite a riot and break into the jail and get Saeed out of the jail, I don't think that would accomplish anything. That would just continue the cycle, right? It would continue the cycle of raised tensions, raised aggression, Muslims looking for revenge. How do we change the world? We change the world through changing one heart at a time. So what can people do? One, pray. Pray about this. Pray for Saeed. Pray for the Russian officials. Pray for Putin. Pray for everyone. Number two, raise awareness. Tell people about it. Use the free Saeed hashtag and so forth. I'll get the thoughts from others as well, but I just want to do this housekeeping note from Clay. What kind of punishment time is he looking at by the authorities over there? So right now he's in jail for 20 days, I believe, which is just a holding, right? That's just holding while they prepare charges against him, while they prepare a case. I'm not like super familiar with the Russian justice system. I don't know how much a trial is a real trial and how much is sham. I don't want to speculate there, but there'll be some sort of trial. And then I believe he's facing 5 years. I believe that is the prescribed penalty, is up to 5 years. But the more serious, even much more serious than that, right? Much more serious than the potential sentence is that he is not a Russian citizen. So if he's convicted of a crime, the government has the option to deport him. And if they deport him to Egypt, guess what? He just got a death penalty instead of a jail sentence. So what punishment is he looking at? He's looking at potentially a death sentence if he's deported to Egypt, because you think that, yeah, the government might not officially execute it, but you really think that he won't be taken out by a vigilante in Egypt? He will be.
He will be killed on his arrival at the airport.
Yeah, and no one will be charged for it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to add a bit about, him. They're holding him for 2 months. We attempted to send a lawyer there. Would you believe that the lawyer was threatened and turned away? So he doesn't even have access to legal assistance.
Wait, come again. What was that?
we attempted to get a lawyer.
Yeah.
To go and take on the case. The lawyer was refused any information, and he rang up another officer who threatened him to stay away from the case. So even the basics.
So they won't allow him to have a lawyer?
No one allowed to communicate with him. No one.
Yep, and the UN, the Russian UN office and the NGO in Russia, which I've been communicating with, have basically said to me, we will not send him any legal assistance until they decide to charge him and deport him. So your basic human right of having a lawyer, you know, you're meant to have a lawyer as soon as you're arrested, has been ripped off him.
Well, he has his freedom ripped off, freedom of
Exactly.
expression. He has his freedom of being free. He's in jail. So
absolutely,
everything that should be as a right for a human being, Saeed has been stripped off of these rights.
Absolutely.
What UN rights then the Russia is going to talk about? I mean, what human rights are you going to say?
Yep.
When you have a prisoner that has done nothing wrong, is not a criminal, just bought a book, used it as however he wanted to use it. It's his book, it's his property. So what did he do wrong?
Yeah, and I'd absolutely like to hear what the world and the UN, you know, in general have to say about the garbage they have on their website and the emails and text messages that I've received from their Russian office. I really would like an answer on that. I have been communicating with them since approximately the 6th or the 7th of July, and we're not getting anywhere. We're just going around in bloody circles. Literally, the UN office asked me to go search for the numbers of the supposed jail and all of that. I've furnished her with everything. And again, our only reluctance to assist. The police, you know, they sent me an extract, not the police, sorry, apologies, one of the NGO officers in Russia, they sent me an abstract from the court case, and he said to me, yeah, this is Saeed's case. I go, where's Saeed's name? He's like, oh, it doesn't have a prisoner name on it. I go, please explain. He can't even respond to my email. He was just touched by the fact that I said to him, listen, after this email where you are denying a stateless person any assistance, let alone legal assistance, I go, and I have it from you in writing. I go, apologies. I go, please accept my sincerest apologies. I go, I'm going to have to raise this on social media. I go, and Saeed has many followers. He got offended that I threatened him. That's all he cared about in that email.
Oh my goodness.
So we're going to get closing thoughts. I'm going to give Sophie the last thoughts. I'll go in the order that are on my screen, starting with Christ's salvation.
What closing thoughts can you have after that? A person who has done nothing wrong is in jail for absolutely no reason at all. At least I don't see any reason. Well, Muslims may see the reason because it's their quote-unquote sacred book or whatever. Well, we've seen your sacred books in Mecca has been thrown into the dumpster everywhere. We've seen your books burning other books. We've seen all that. So don't come up with the idea that it hurt your feelings. It didn't hurt anything of your feelings. You just want to dominate everything in the world. And you want to do it and to become everybody to become like you are, dumb and stupid. But we are not gonna be like that. We are going to criticize you at every corner, at every pitch, everywhere we can find you. We will criticize everything that has to do with Quran, Sunnah, and every other book that you came up with for subjugating others who are not Muslims, and especially making children to advocate for war against non-Muslims. Are you people serious? I wanted to say that earlier. Are you even serious, people? What are you doing to your children? This is abhorrent. This is bad. How are you? What are you going to say to the future generations? What are you going to tell them? How are you going to face, for example, your grandchild? If that's gonna, how is that going to end with hatred? Is that what you advocate? Hatred all the time? Is that what you are bringing to the world? Hatred and war. What are you doing? How are you going to live? Oh my goodness, this is so strange for me, really. I used to think in the terms that these people could somehow be peaceful, but they can't. As I think Sister Abuna said, that these mosques are there to create soldiers against everyone else who is not a Muslim. And if people will not wake up and see the truth, then we are in a very serious trouble. It may not happen right now that we are alive, but in 30, 40 years, our children will be in prison, our sons will be Genitzars, and our daughters will be in a harem, and the Sultan will have fun with them. So I'm telling you, the history that Greece has passed for 400 years, 500 years, it's coming to the West, and it's coming from within the Western culture, from within the Western democracies. So be aware of that. That's what I want to say.
Sebastian, you got a couple minutes to give any concluding thoughts.
Well, yeah. I just want to note, like, what's happening to Saeed or anyone who actually tried to say the truth doesn't surprise us, because Jesus told us, the Lord told us, it's gonna be hard on us. But the thing is, we as Christian, I'm telling everyone who call himself Christian, God taught us to stand by the right side. And honestly, I feel ashamed of everyone has been quiet since 15 days or 20 days, which they know deep side that Saeed is not doing that when he talk about Islam. He's not doing out of hate. He's doing out of love to other people, to show them that they are not following the true God. And I am calling to everyone who hear the stream or who still have some humanity in him. We're not supposed to be quiet about that, because now if they got Saeed, next time they're gonna get everyone. We never know. We all go together. And I just wanna say, the last time Saeed was live, actually he was a guest on my life, and he said it clearly. They are coming for me. They are coming to kill me. So the question, how come the Russian government accept Muslim threatening people and trying to kill people, and at the end the victim get jailed, and the other ones they just like happy celebrating victory, fake victory? Because if Saeed not gonna speak anymore, we will. Saeed is not alone. I love him. I love you, brother. From here, I really pray to God to see you soon. And I still have hope in Christians to speak out for you, bro. Thank you guys, and God bless you, all of you. And excuse me for, I'm really like, I know it's been 3 hours, but I'm really inside emotional. So I'm trying my best to just to be calm about that, because it's really been a tough 20 days for us. God bless you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much to all three of you for coming on the show today and sharing your perspective. Very valuable, much needed. Mary, your closing thoughts?
I just want everyone to amplify this message.
Oh, we can't really hear you.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, that would do it.
That helps. I just want everyone to amplify Free Saeed. Let everyone know. Tag any and all Russian government handles that you can and let them know that we know about this and that their hypocrisy will be uncovered.
Short and to the point. Lilia, your closing thoughts?
Yes, I'd like to say we are followers of Jesus, and Jesus said that we will have tribulation in this world. So carry your cross and follow me. And we are all followers of Jesus, and each one has to suffer in this world. But we are with you, Brother Saeed. We will continue. Your name is always in the TikTok and YouTube. Your pages are all open, and we will continue to criticize the Islam, whatever will happen to us, because our church from the beginning has suffered a lot, and we continue the same way what the first church suffered. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming on. Abuna, your closing thoughts?
May I read a Bible verse, passage for my closing thought?
Yes, please do.
Would you mind? I'm reading Revelation chapter 18. I'll read from verse 3. For all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues. For our sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered our iniquities. Reward her, even as she rewarded you, and double unto her, double according to her works, in the cup which she hath filled to her double. How much she hath glorified herself, and lived deliciously, so much torment and sorrow give her. For she hath said in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and will see no sorrow. So, the last one I want to read, which is verse 13, it says, and cinnamon, and odors, and ointments, and frankincense, and beasts, and wine, and oil, and fine flour, and eventually then sums it up to, and souls of men. That's what we are experiencing through Islam. Souls of men. Souls have no meaning. But you know what? Jesus wins. And with him, we win also. I'm praying for all you warriors out there, and I'll be praying for my brother. Whatever the case is, there is no emergency for God. He has his hand over everything. Nothing, no surprise for God. Whatever it is, Brother Abu wins, and we win with him too. God bless you.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you for coming on today. Sophie, your closing thoughts.
All right. So I just want to say a few words, and then I want to read you Saeed's last words that he posted on social media probably an hour before they arrested him. So firstly, I cannot begin to tell you how grateful I am and how much I appreciate all your time and everyone that's coming in today and raising awareness, and everyone that will share and everyone that will tag. You know, God bless you for your time and the fact that you found it in your heart to assist. I genuinely appreciate it, and words cannot express my appreciation. God only knows what, you know, us who are close to Saeed feel at this time. Let me know if you can hear me when I flip.
Nope. We lost you when you did whatever you did.
Okay. Can you give me a second? I just want to try and paste it into here, and then maybe I'll read it from here. 1 second.
Sure thing. No problem. So while you're doing that, I'll go ahead and give a couple quick thoughts of my own. This is definitely not typical material for the channel, but I think it's extremely valuable material. Today was not explicitly polemical against Islam. It wasn't explicitly apologetic for Christianity, but rather what we're doing here is we're looking at the real world consequences of our beliefs, and we are seeing, as the Bible, the epistles especially, promise that there is a cost to being a believer. The Muslim could never endure that cost, right? They would have no reason to endure that cost. Let me rephrase it that way. Of course, an individual could, but they would have no legitimate reason to do that because there's no hope in Islam. But for the Christian, to suffer for God's sake is often a blessing, that we have this unique opportunity to participate in the very suffering that Christ experienced on the cross. Does that make it pleasant? No, of course it's not pleasant to suffer as a believer. It wasn't pleasant for Christ on the cross, yet it was a unimaginably good act. Likewise, for the believer, it might be unpleasant, but it's a extremely good thing to suffer for the truth. If you suffer for a lie, then you're just a fool. If you're suffering for the truth, then you will be blessed. And what we look forward to is an eternity with eternity in God's presence, which is beyond anything that this world can offer, thus making any suffering that we experience nothing but light momentary affliction. You there, Sati?
Basically, thank you. Sorry. Some of his last words, he goes on, the Arab press and channels demand that I be beheaded and that I'm a lawyer before the Russian authorities. A reminder that I am not alone. I am the millions of Christians in the Middle East whose homes have been destroyed, killed, and displaced throughout history. From the dawn of Islam to the present day, churches are destroyed and Christians are killed in the Middle East because of the dirty teachings found in this filthy book. If I am condemned or something bad happens to me, and then it's cut out, it continues that, he prays for that, we stick to our Christianity and that Russia remains a Christian country. So Saeed wasn't doing this to degrade him. Saeed was doing this to bring attention to something much bigger.
Amen. And I hope that we provided the context to understand the actions he took. Even to a Christian, it might seem silly or offensive to pour alcohol onto a Quran. But when you look at the context, you see what was actually going on. And you see that this was actually a very mild, peaceful protest against the horrific acts that Muslims are perpetrating on social media and perpetrating in the real world, where we're talking about real physical violence. So thank you all for joining us today. Take this material, share it, use the free Saeed hashtag, and we will meet again soon. God bless everyone.
God bless. Thank you.
God bless you all, brother.
God
Thank
bless
you.
you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Brother and sister, of course. They are not only brothers. Thank you very much also for the viewers, and God